All right. Thank you all for coming. You may be seated. Hello and welcome to today's conference, Defeating Distortion. At this very prestigious commemoration site. Make no mistake, I'm not the central Benjamin of today's event. My name, in fact, is Benjamin Fischer, and I have the distinguished honor of leading you through today's program, meaning that I will be responsible to make sure that you all get enough coffee, but especially that everyone gets to share the significant things that have been accomplished under the ENMA project. Also, I will be the person to always remind you of some organizational facts and lead through the panels. All of this being said, I don't want to already go in medias res with this conference, but obviously also from my side, huge thanks to all the supporters of today's event. I will repeat this a lot, being obviously the Claims Conference, EBZ, the Federal Ministry of Finance, the European Commission, and also many more partners. I had the distinguished honor of being involved with this project from, I guess, day 1.5, one could say, and have ever since also had the pleasure of working with several of the ENMA members, but obviously also the RIAS team. And I can share on a personal note, I'm also very excited to see and hear what's about to unfold. On the organization side of things, for all those tuning in online, thank you so much. The third panel, unfortunately, will not be streamed, but you will be able to see it most probably later online. And if not, there are so many great people in this room that are willing to also share some of the main insights that have been shared on panel number 3. And last but certainly not least, please make sure to not bring any drinks from the catering to this room to make sure that we're not creating a mess. Now, without further ado, it is my great honor to invite the central Benjamin of today, Benjamin Steinitz, for the opening of today's conference.
Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin. Good afternoon and good morning to all the live stream participants from America especially. Dear Katharina von Schnobein, dear Rüdiger Malo, dear Michaela Küchler, dear representatives of the embassies of the Duchy of Luxembourg, the Republic of Malta, the Principality of Monaco, the Republic of North Macedonia, the United States of America, dear representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, and of the Federal Foreign Office and the Federal Ministry of Interior Affairs. Dear representatives of the Permanent Office of the IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, the Jewish Claims Conference, the Alfred Landecker Foundation, the World Jewish Congress, the Topography of Terrors, the German Historical Museum, the Foundation EVZ, the German Rectors Conference, the Anne Frank Zentrum, various memorial sites and museums, the Freundeskreis Yad Vashem, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, the International Institute for Research and Education on Anti-Semitism, the Jewish Forum for Democracy and Against Anti-Semitism, hello Levi, Democ e.V., Dialogue Perspectives, Mind Prevention, ELNET. Dear members of the Jewish community of Germany and abroad, dear researchers from several universities from Germany, the US, Canada, and Argentina, dear ENMA partners from Italy, Poland, Austria, dear speakers from 10 countries and 16 organizations. It's an amazing crowd that has gathered here. This is my perception. A warm welcome to all of you and thank you for showing up today for our conference, Defeating Distortion, Holocaust Denial, and Distortion in an Era of Antisemitic Tidal. Let me quickly share some necessary information on the background and the framing of this conference. This conference is foremost the release event for the first publication of the European Network on Monitoring Antisemitism, which you find on your chairs. ENMA is a consortium of Jewish and non-Jewish civil society organizations that do monitor criminal and non-criminal anti-Semitic incidents in Austria, the Czech Republic, Italy, Poland, and Germany. My colleague Lior Fink will introduce you to ENMA and the publication in a few minutes. The publication is the result of the 2-year project funded with the assistance from the Jewish Claims Conference, sponsored by the Foundation Remembrance, Responsibility and Future, and supported by the German Federal Ministry of Finance. Part of this project was an awareness-raising campaign on Instagram, #FactsMatter, Defend Truth, Defeat Distortion. Please follow our Instagram account, instagram.com/enma.eu. Spread and share the information. At the same time, today's conference is the 12th and final event we held since September 2024, when we kicked off in the House of Wannsee conference here in Berlin. Since then, we held public events in Warsaw, Prague, Milano, and Vienna. Additionally, we facilitated 5 webinars together with CPOL, targeting police officers from the EU region. These 10 events aim to raise awareness on the IRA working definitions of anti-Semitism and on Holocaust denial and distortion. Secondly, on contemporary forms of Holocaust denial and distortion and transnational forms of it, and how those expressions have negatively impact on Shoah survivors from the countries, their descendants, and the Jewish community as broad. The 12 events have been funded by the European Commission's SAF program under the European Remembrance Call 2022. You have to understand that our efforts to transnationally harmonize the reporting and documentation of anti-Semitism in Europe preceded 7th of October 2023, and when the anti-Semitic massacre of Hamas and their allies hit Israelis in the southern part of Israel. Since we founded ENMA, 4 national election campaigns and the EU election increased the instrumentalization of anti-Semitism in the political arena. We planned the project application during the corona pandemic, under the impression of a normalization of anti-Semitic conspiracy myth and the Shoah distortion across Europe. Initially, we thought Twitter and Meta could be partners in our social media awareness-raising campaign, but then Elon Musk bought Twitter and deregulated the amplification on the very content we were concerned with. Our project proposal for ENMA was submitted on 24th February 2022, the very day when thousands of tanks invaded the Ukraine. Our transnational partnership in this fight against anti-Semitism makes us stronger as organizations. We perceive our network structures as pillars of defending democratic culture and the protection of civil rights of Jews in our countries and the European Union as a whole. Without the generous support of Alfred Landecker Foundation, ENMA would not exist as it is today. Thank you also to the German Resistance Memorial Center for hosting us for free today and for all the organizational support you provided to make the conference possible. Thank you. Thank you to Benjamin Fischer for all your support in making ENMA possible, but also in being available for this conference today as a moderator. Thank you. Last but not least, I want to thank the ENMA partners, especially their staff investing extra efforts in tireless discussions in harmonizing categories. Is a tireless discussion, I can tell you, discussing the working principles and also questions of cooperated design. As the Bundesverband RIAS, which I'm representing, we are the project coordinator for ENMA. Almost all our departments and many colleagues are involved in the coordination of this network. Therefore, special thanks to my colleagues Lior Fink, Leonie Rupp, and Vivian Heber of our ENMA team, and my colleagues from the public relations departments, the scientific department, the IT department, and the educational department. I wish us all an interesting conference. Thank you.
I rarely get the chance to have the last word whenever we speak, Benjamin, but let me reiterate, the amount of times that I get to speak humbly about the amazing work that you folks are doing at RIAS does not match the amount of times that I'd like to personally thank for it. And that's why I'm going to take this chance. On a personal note, thank you all and the team for what it is you're doing, really. Yeah, that's an applause, sorry, but yeah. Next up would then be Rüdiger Malo, please.
I would, as Benjamin has already alluded to the amazing work you are doing, dear Benjamin, I also would like to thank you. And I remember well the beginning of our talks when you came with this project to the Claims Conference, and I'm very happy to see that it was so fruitful. Dear Benjamin Steinitz, dear Katharina von Schnurbein, dear Michaela Küchler, dear panelists, dear guests, since October 7th, we are witnessing an unprecedented surge in Jew hatred, often disguised as Shoah distortion or Shoah denial even. This resurgence deeply concerns Holocaust survivors worldwide. A few days ago, the survivor Michaela Vidlakova traveled from Prague to Berlin in order to tell her story to pupils and to a wider public at the Austrian embassy. And in a recent interview, she stated, "What hurts me the most is to see that not even the Holocaust has shown to people that the Jews are human beings like everyone else." Michaela Vidlakova is not alone. According to the Claims Conference recently published demographic report, approximately 220,000 Holocaust survivors are still alive today, and many of them share Michaela Vidlakova's deep sense of concern. Since October 7, hatred against Jews had been spreading with a speed and intensity we could have not imagined before. This deadliest attack on Jews since the Shoah became the opening shot to hate Jews. Holocaust remembrance, once a warning against antisemitism, has now been started to twist it and is questioning Israel's legitimacy and justifying violence against Jews. The Gaza Strip is called a concentration camp. Israel is accused of genocide. Zionism, which is the national self-determination of the Jewish people, is equated with racism. Israelis are labeled as colonial masters. All this narrative had been built up, and now we are seeing real-world consequences. Exactly the consequences that survivors like Michaela Vidlakova fear. Under the pretext of academic freedom, Israeli scientists are excluded from conferences. Under the pretense of freedom of speech, people want to chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," without facing prosecution. Under the pretext of freedom of assembly, university spaces are being destroyed and Jewish students are intimidated and attacked. The university leadership is downplaying it, and at the same time, the arrest of the perpetrators is criticized by hundreds of university professors and condemned as silencing the students. On a personal level, my son, who is in school and studied history, I see that in a German standard history book, we are now teaching the Middle East conflict, explaining at a large the Arab efforts for peace. Israeli peace efforts, on the other hand, are not mentioned at all in this history book. Under the guise of the freedom of the press, the Tagesschau refers to the exchange of criminally convicted Palestinian terrorists for Israeli civilians that are abducted from their own land, from the Israeli land, as a hostage exchange. The judgment is fading. The then president of the Harvard University stated in 2023 that advocating for the genocide against Jews would not necessarily violate the code of conduct of her university, but rather, and I quote, it would depend on the context. But pause a little bit. What does this mean? The most prestigious university in the world, the institution that is so sensitive to human rights, is unable to distance itself from Jew hatred in 2025. We thought that an education based on our democratic values, an education based on the culture of remembrance, would immunize our societies against the resurgence of Jew hatred. But under the cloak of human rights, the Jew hatred is being spreaded. Ladies and gentlemen, what started with words rarely ends with words. And if we want to stop Jew hatred from again becoming a societal norm, we have to act. And it is on the basis of the facts gathered here in this EMNAR documentation that we have to join forces. The survivor, Michaela Vidlakova, said last week before she ended her story, the only thing necessary for the evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Let's listen to her warning and let's act. Thank you very much.
We are very honored to have with us the Secretary General of IRA, whom we're all very familiar with. And again, thank you also for supporting this project. Please welcome on stage for opening remarks, Ms. Michaela Küchler.
Good morning, everybody here in the room and outside on the screens, especially in the US. Dear Benjamin Steinitz, dear Katharina von Schnurbein, dear Rüdiger Malo, representatives from the embassies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the German Resistance Memorial Center in Berlin. And that reminds me that there was Jewish resistance too. The Jewish resistance was fighting the Nazis under almost impossible circumstances. But it happened, and it should not be forgotten. The heroism should not be forgotten. Some years ago, the animal rights organization PETA launched a campaign titled Holocaust on Your Plate. This campaign juxtaposed images of Holocaust victims with photographs of animals in industrial farming conditions, drawing a direct comparison between the two. I'm sure you're aware of the campaign. It exemplifies a troubling trend, the appropriation of Holocaust imagery to advance unrelated agendas. Such actions distort and diminish the unique historical atrocities of the Holocaust, undermining the memory of the victims. As survivors pass away, our responsibility to preserve the integrity of Holocaust remembrance intensifies. Distortion, whether through denial, minimization, or inappropriate comparisons, threatens to erode the lessons history has taught us. That is why the work of the IRA is more critical than ever. The IRA is an international organization consisting of 35 member countries, united by one core mission: Holocaust remembrance. This is our starting point, Holocaust remembrance. Because remembrance is where prevention begins. We define Holocaust distortion as any effort to excuse, minimize, or misrepresent the Holocaust or its legacy. This definition has guided IRA's work since 2013, before the adoption of other IRA working definitions. It is the foundation for our resources, our training, and our partnerships. I congratulate ENMA for their important work in developing new monitoring guidelines on Holocaust distortion. These guidelines draw directly from the IRA's brochure on understanding Holocaust distortion. This is a clear example of how IRA resources grounded in the work of international experts can be put to practical use. By turning a brochure into a monitoring tool, you at ENMA have shown how research can be transformed into practical action. You've helped build a framework that makes distortion visible, and that is the first step toward countering it. By aligning with the IRA's working definitions, ENMA is helping to build a more consistent and coordinated approach to tracking Holocaust distortion and anti-Semitism. This collaboration reminds us, combating distortion is not just a matter of principle, it is a matter of practice. And as we look to the future, our goal is clear. We must reach a wider audience, we must support the institutions doing this work, and we must make remembrance a shared responsibility. And many of you here today, representatives from embassies, educators, civil society organizations, are already just doing that. Let us not allow distortion to grow in silence. Let us meet it with truth, with courage, and with each other. So thank you for taking it on, here in Berlin and across borders. IRA is here to support that practice with practical tools, with educational resources, and with shared expertise. There are 3 key resources I would like to highlight today. Number 1, our training program on Holocaust denial and distortion. Number 2, the IRA toolkit against Holocaust distortion. And number 3, the IRA Charter for Holocaust Sites and Sites of the Genocide of the Roma. Number 1, the training program is designed for policymakers, educational multipliers, and civil society organizations. Delivered in partnership with our member countries, it equips educators, civil servants, and journalists to recognize distortion and to respond. It is also available online, free of charge, and can be used by trainers working with these target groups. If you have questions about implementing the training, I invite you to contact the permanent office of the IRA, based here in Berlin, or Fanny Steckel or Laura Robertson, 2 staff members who are here with us today. Secondly, the IRA Toolkit against Holocaust distortion is another excellent tool that is free, online, and accessible to all. It offers concrete guidance on the IRA's various tools for anyone who encounters Holocaust distortion in their work, from civil society and museums to media and policy. And of course, number 3, the IRA Charter for Holocaust Sites and Sites of the Genocide of the Roma. The Charter outlines essential principles for safeguarding the integrity of these sites, from how we care for them to how we present them. Because sites also matter. They are where memory is anchored. And as there will be fewer and fewer survivors, it becomes ever more important to protect and to preserve the places that bear witness of their suffering. Distortion doesn't just appear at memorials or in textbooks. It spreads mainly online these days, in headlines, memes, and even search results. That's why IRA's work extends into the digital sphere. Since 2020, the IRA has led the Protect the Facts campaign, together with the European Commission, the United Nations and UNESCO. It is a call to action, to recognize Holocaust distortion and to challenge it in online spaces. The campaign has already reached 60 million users online over the past 2 years. We are proud to see this message echoed in ENMA's Facts Matter campaign. Protect the facts and facts matter. 2 campaigns, 1 message. Because facts are not negotiable. They are the foundation of remembrance and its defense. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Next up then is Lior Fink, who is the responsible project coordinator and who will now, in the next 15 minutes, share with you the main insights from the publications, which, let me remind you, should be on your places. If not, please approach some of the team members and make sure that you take it home. Lior, the stage is yours, and thank you very much for the work that you've been doing in the last 2 years.
Hello. Dear colleagues, friends, dear delegates, dear Rüdiger, dear Katharina. Before I'll head into the project publication, I thought it would be a wise idea just to contextualize what ENMA is, who we are, and what our mission is, and then I'll move forward with the publication. I'm supposed to use the arrow? Yeah, great. The European Network on Monitoring Anti-Semitism is the first of its kind, a coalition of Jewish and non-Jewish civil society organizations in Europe with the goal of providing comparable data on anti-Semitic incidents. ENMA aims to build a sustainable reporting infrastructure that will serve Jewish communities and affected persons across Europe. To serve as gateway for data on anti-Semitism for Jewish communities, decision makers, academics, and journalists. We're an advocate for persons affected by anti-Semitism. We view monitoring anti-Semitism as a first step in combating it. Member organizations document anti-Semitic incidents under scientifically sound guidelines and categories developed in light of the IRA working definitions of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and distortion, and thereby raising awareness for all contemporary forms of anti-Semitism. ENMA was founded by Bundesverband RIAS from Germany, the Jewish Association Schulland from Poland, and the IKG, the Jewish Community of Vienna from Austria. It was later joined during this project by 2 partners, the Osservatorio Antisemitismus, operated by the Shedek Foundation from Italy, and the Federation of Jewish Communities of the Czech Republic. Currently, we're in the process of integrating further member organizations into ENMA, striving for representation from every EU state, and this is the chance for me to welcome also our future partners from Denmark, from ACVA, which is a Danish monitoring office sitting with us here, and you'll later also hear from them. ENMA member organizations operate along working principles which can be divided into two groups. The first group can be categorized under the title Trust. We record anti-Semitic incidents following a victim-oriented approach and therefore focus on the needs of the victims and witnesses of anti-Semitic incidents. We take trust-building measures such as low threshold and various reporting opportunities, if possible multilingual, anonymous reporting opportunities, referral to subsequent assistance if needed, such as reporting to the police, psychosocial support, and legal assistance. We adhere to strict data protection regulation. We consider the plurality of Jewish communities and leave it to the reporting person if they wish to identify themselves as Jewish or not. We record all forms of anti-Semitism, regardless of the political background of the perpetrators. These measures increase the trust of the victims and witnesses towards the member organizations and the willingness of victims, and increases the willingness of the victims to come forward. The second group of working principles relate to the scientific practice of recording anti-Semitic incidents. In short, we deploy measures that assure that data on anti-Semitic incidents is received, processed, and analyzed correctly to supply the scientific foundation for the yearly reports. Such measures include using a common codebook of categories, using a database developed by RIAS, especially for recording anti-Semitic incidents, training personnel specifically for the task of recording anti-Semitic incidents. Each incident is verified by us. It is examined after recording under the 4 eyes principle, which ensures dual control of the data. And last but not least, reliability testing among personnel to ensure the consistency of recorded incidents. ENMA partners strive to compare anti-Semitic incidents in 5 categories. The type of incident, as you see here, inspired by the Community Security Trust from Great Britain. Type of anti-Semitism, persons affected, and the entanglement with other forms of discrimination. The political background of the perpetrator will be compared where the organization see fit. The publication, Holocaust Distortion in Europe, documentation and analysis from 5 countries, which you received, is also available online, is the first attempt by ENMA to bundle the work of its member organizations into a unique body of knowledge. Here, as a part of the project and on the standardized recording of Holocaust denial and distortion. The project, the publication opens with an introduction to the IRA working definition of Holocaust denial and distortion and what the definition means for our work. We then present the guideline on recording anti-Semitic incidents which involve Holocaust denial and distortion, developed by my colleague Daniel Pünsken, and also consists of examples given by the IRA on Holocaust denial and distortion and anti-Semitic incidents through which these examples are manifested. These incidents illuminate many different aspects of distortion and the sheer contextual variety in which it may appear. Followed by 5 country reports on recorded incidents consisting and also containing Holocaust denial and distortion. In every account, the 7th of October 2023 is considered to have created a major shift in the construction of anti-Semitic distortion narratives. Beforehand, the COVID-19 crisis served as fertile soil for the advent of distorting narratives. The country reports reveal the unique challenges each country faces with regard to anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and distortion, but also unveil similarities in anti-Semitic narratives which spread across borders. Such narratives, which equate Israel to the Nazis and the war in Gaza to the Holocaust, appeared many times before the 7th of October. But what is new at the current moment, still today, is that incidents are more offensive in nature and remain at a high level 19 months after 7th of October. The changes in magnitude of incidents and the long duration of levels of reported incidents can be referenced to the scale of events on that day and the ongoing war in Gaza. Closing the publication is an overview on further activities and also on our social media campaign we held during the project. Once again, I wish to thank our colleagues and which also financially supported this project, the Jewish Claims Conference and the European Commission. Thank you very much.
All right, we would then open with the first panel of the day, and as I speak, now would be a very good time to start coming up front, please, to all those panelists. Those would be Yochanan Edelman from the EKG Vienna, Anna Makowka from the Jewish Association Poland, Katharina von Schnurbein from the European Commission, the Special Coordinator on Combating Anti-Semitism and Fostering Jewish Life. If you allow me, Yochanan, I would take... Thank you. And then, obviously, Benjamin Steinitz, whom we've heard from before. You know what, Yochanan, I think you sit where you sit. Actually, everything is... Yeah, no, maybe I do... we do it standing. It's a standing plan. Perfect. Great. No, it's perfect. Actually, I had a good portion of coffee, and this definitely will... well, it gives me a lot more power to make sure that we all keep to the given 2 minutes of each intervention. No, all jokes aside, thank you all so much for coming. And obviously this first panel is now our first opportunity to, on the one hand, dive a bit deeper, but then at the same time also contextualize what Lior just presented to us. This first panel will give us the opportunity to take a broader understanding of what the current state of Holocaust distortion in Europe looks like. We aim to start by giving each panelist the opportunity with a 1 to 2 minutes prompt and opening, please, on the one hand, introduce themselves and their work. Most of us here are familiar with what it is you are doing, so therefore please also try to really use it as an opportunity to prompt the discussion that we will facilitate afterwards, in order to then, step by step, go through the individual national examples that are represented here today, and obviously get a better understanding of what ENMA's work has resorted to. Yochanan, since I did you injustice, I will give you the first opportunity to open this panel. So, Yochanan Edelman from the EKG Vienna, what are your prompts, what it is you are bringing, and how are you involved in it?
So I'm here representing the Anti-Semitism Reporting Center of the Jewish Community in Vienna, which is the main contact point for victims and witnesses of anti-Semitism in Austria. Me, personally, I've been involved in anti-Semitism work on several different levels for the better part of the last 25 years, actually. I found out last week. also here in Berlin when I was doing a little bit of like accounting. I've been doing so over the last 6 years within the framework of the Anti-Semitism Reporting Center. So it was perfect timing because it was 2019. And 2020, the pandemic struck. We had like a very first, we did set up shop like a few months before. Suddenly we were struck with this huge wave of anti-Semitism. After 1.5, 2 years, we actually thought it would be somehow, I do not want to go too much into detail, but we actually thought it would pass. Then we were happy it passed. As opposed to our partners in Germany, we actually didn't think that there was a lasting impact, that the Shoah distortion that we witnessed over these 1.5, 2 years shifted the boundaries of what can be said, but that there was a little bit of a reversion to the mean. But October 7 obviously was like something that totally didn't take us by surprise the way it manifested, because as Mr. Malo said before, there were things that built up over several years, over decades actually. And if he said they built up, it's not like something that happened like on the meta level. It was a strategic effort by certain actors, something that is very, very, very rarely talked about. I don't know whether this is the forum where we could be talking about this, but I'm very happy to talk about the other aspect of this phenomenon of Shoah distortion, which is on the side of the organizations that are trying to deal with it, trying to support the communities in it, try to advocate in that regard, try to cooperate in that regard in order to like show the problematic characteristics of Shoah distortion, not only for our communities, not only for the stakeholders that are also present here, but for society as a whole. And thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the chair. And
Thank you, Johanan. So for those who are unfamiliar with the Austrian context, just to also emphasize again that the EKG Vienna, in fact, does represent the entire Jewish community of Austria. Obviously, not only the city of Vienna, comparable to the Zentralrat in Germany. And we will definitely pick up on the pandemic a bit later. I think a very prominent example, especially from the German-speaking realm, when it comes to how the anti-vaccine movement, for example, used Holocaust distortion to polarize the debate. Next up, we would then give the floor to Anna Makowska from the Jewish Association in Poland. Great to have you, Anna.
Thank you, and thank you for having us. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. So, Poland Jewish Association is an advocacy organization established in 2005. We are working on the national level, but also in the international framework. So, we are not only dealing with the question of the anti-Semitism and politicization of the anti-Semitism in Poland, but also in the B4 countries. So, maybe the things which I wanted to point and also emphasize is like how the distortion of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism is tackled within those countries. Like we did a report of with the NKT framework. It's the international also coalition of the educational organization dealing with anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion. We analyzed the Holocaust distortion and the anti-Semitism and the implementation of the IRA in the B4 countries, so Czechia, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. Which was very interesting. Recently, we also cooperate with the Impact organization, which is dealing with the content of the textbooks and curriculum, which I was responsible for the analyzing the textbooks in Poland and how Jewish community is presented within that framework and the aspect of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, which is very interesting. And I wanted to just point six aspects of the problems of the B4 and the Central Europe, which is facing, is like the relativization of the Holocaust in education. So we are talking about the selective memory, in the terms of national heroism. I think it's the aspects which is not only troubling for the V4 countries, but also in the terms of national aspects in the European context. Instrumentalization of the Holocaust memory by the governments, especially populistic parties, especially within the countries which were facing the challenges within the democratic frameworks. Thankfully, in Poland, like we are in the different stage right now. Attacks and targeting that organization dealing with the human rights agenda and anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, targeting them in the terms of dominant nationalistic aspects, and that agenda also by the political framework by the populist parties, challenges in teaching in the terms of conservative national context. It's a challenge. I would say it's a challenge not only in those countries, but in whole Europe. Needs for the cooperation in the terms of education, but not only. I guess that's like having this aspect and the experience in analyzing the educational context. I would say that we are forgetting as European countries that Holocaust is a European heritage. And we need to find and we are like advocating to find the aspect, as UNESCO was recommending for education for the human rights agenda, to teach about the Holocaust as the heritage, European heritage, and to teach about the mechanism, how to reflect the nowadays education and how to prevent the discrimination, anti-Semitism, and so on and so on. So thank you, as it is for now.
Thank you, Anna, for this prompt. So we understand you bring the V4 perspective. Yes, please. We understand you bring the V4 perspective. On a personal note, allow me also, we met for the first time in 2015, I think, at a seminar in Brussels that was actually funded by the European Commission back when I was with EOJS. And for those following online and for those in the room for when this panel is over, I highly advise you to take a look at the educational material that Julian is also providing, since we will today mostly speak about your work with ENMA, but I particularly remember a children's book that you gave me back then that is still actually has a very vital place in my living room. Obviously, please also follow the other given respective social media channels. We will now go to Denmark. Adam Solovay, you not only bring us another national perspective, but also the perspective of a soon-to-be member of ENMA. So obviously we are also interested in understanding how did this come about, but the context that you're coming from.
Thank you. Yes, I'm the project manager of AQUA, which is a project in the Jewish community in Denmark, and we are rather new to this stage, I think. It used to be a volunteer program, but now we have gotten funding through the former government's action plan against anti-Semitism in 2022, and we got additional funding through a strengthening of that action plan here in June 2024, after the rise in anti-Semitism also in Denmark. I'm not going to bore you too much with all our financial things, but just to say, I think Denmark, in the context of the Holocaust, is a special case, because there's a very special and unique history where most Jews survived the Second World War, escaped to Sweden, and were able to return to Denmark and sort of revitalize Jewish life in Denmark. And I think that's a core part both of the Danish Jewish history, but also of Danish history in general. And still today, it's something that really is part of Denmark's understanding of itself and its relationship to its Jewish community. So I think that is also quite unique, and we still see it still today with the amount of support that we get also from politicians in Denmark and from the established from the parliament. But that's not to say that we don't have issues, especially relating to Holocaust denial and distortion. And I hope this is not extending it too much, but I think one of the things that I want to mention here is we just recently released our report for the 2024 anti-Semitic incidents, and of the 207 recorded incidents that we had, almost half of them had some reference to either Hitler, Nazism, or the Holocaust, in a multitude of ways, from right-wing extremism to more sort of classic Holocaust denial and distortion, but also in ways that where the Holocaust was used actively to vilify or antagonize Jewish institutions, which I think is also a critical aspect now of the way that the Holocaust is weaponized against Jewish communities. That's it for now.
Thank you, Adam. Obviously also for the work you are doing on the ground. Now, I always understood ENMA as, or RIAS as an organization itself, you are basically the eyes and ears of civil society to then deliver, don't worry, I will, to then deliver numbers to policymakers in order to make tangible or to formulate tangible ideas on how to fight the hate that is anti-Semitism, or more specifically, Holocaust distortion. That is why I would like to give now the floor to you, Katharina von Schnurbein. Obviously, we would be interested in understanding, on the one hand, the state of affairs of where the Commission is at right now, but at the same time, how you view the input that has given before, and obviously also ENMA as a project for now, as a prompt.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. Also, congratulations to Benjamin and ENMA, and you know what we have seen has been created over the past years. We at the European Commission, as most of you will know, adopted a strategy in 2021 where making anti-Semitism visible was one key aspect, and that is true also for Holocaust denial, Holocaust distortion in particular, also online. But as we have seen post 7th of October, it's very much also offline. Yeah, just 2 weeks ago in Brussels, some of the Stolpersteine were marked with a circle with a Gaza written next to it. Yeah. So this kind of conflation, distortion has become almost a daily incidents, and is surrounding us in a very unpleasant and dangerous way. So what we suggested as part of the strategy was to have common methodologies to record anti-Semitic incidents. And Holocaust distortion, as you know, is much more complicated. Denial is illegal in the European Union based on European legislation. It's also transposed now in all countries. Distortion depends on context very much. Trivialization of the Holocaust is also illegal. And some of the comparisons that are being made can be seen as trivialization. So just, but it needs really legal analysis then of the cases. So just to say, when I say anti-Semitism, I always also mean all the illegal aspects of Holocaust distortion and also Holocaust denial. And so we were very pleased to know that Austria at the time was willing to develop a methodology together with the member states to record incidents. And as a complement to this, and very much also driving force and suggesting the categories and the way this could go about, was RIAS and now also ENMA to support this process. So we have a two-track aspect. One is the member states and the Fundamental Rights Agency that has been supporting this process as well, are now going to offer to member states to come in and to implement this methodology that was developed. And that needs to be complemented with the civil society recording. And one aspect, one very important aspect of this is that in the police recording, we have the illegal incidents. While we all know that anti-Semitism is much wider, and that also that what we call lawful but awful expressions and incidents create an atmosphere in which Jewish life gets under pressure, Jews are being attacked, and it really impacts on their daily well-being. And so it's very important to make sure that based on the IRA definitions, we record anti-Semitic incidents also below the hate crime threshold. And the two together give us a much better picture, so the police recording and the civil society recording, but we need a similar methodology. So that is why we tried to converge this, and now in June we will have a working group on anti-Semitism that we have twice a year. This time it will be in Gdansk. We bring together all the special envoys and one representative per Jewish community per country to discuss, and this will be one of the aspects on the agenda to see how we can now make sure that we don't remain at the methodology level but really start implementing, which then also means that concretely in the police as well as then all those who record as civil society will have a comparable way of recording. Therefore, we can then also compare across Europe.
Thank you so much, Katharina von Schnurbein. What we see happening with ENMA is happening with many other European debates. We see it happening with disinfo and the disarm framework. We see it happening with other forms of hate. And obviously, we often then resort to discussing definitions. And this is something that we will touch upon in a second. Before that, given the input that we've had from the great ENMA members and the work that they do in the field, and then obviously also the perspective of the Commission, Benjamin, how do you look back on the work that ENMA has done, but then obviously the current state of affairs?
Okay, first of all, let me mention some few words about the German organization Bundesverband RIAS. We have a quite of different system from the setup. We are having 12 regional offices of RIAS in 12 federal regions, and they all use a unified reporting tool and a database, and the regional offices also produce regional reports on the very countries in Germany. And we, as Bundesverband RIAS and at our scientific department, we sum up then the results from all partners in annual audits, but we also look into special topic-related reports that focus actors or, for example, the BDS movement, the far right, but we also look into questions like definitions, discussing the use of the IRO working definition, or why the JDA, the so-called Jerusalem Declaration, can't meet the standard of the IRO working definition. We analyze Jewish perceptions of police performance. We analyze police data and also how judicial actors in Germany deal with anti-Semitism. I think, with regard to your question, I think it is very crucial to understand. I tried to make this clear in the opening remarks that our very young network, we started our work a bit more than 2 years ago, fall really into a lot of political events. For example, when we met for the first time here in Berlin for a multi-day workshop to discuss categories, working principles. It was the October 9th, 2023. And a friend from Austria just arrived from Israel, could not even get all his clothes out of that place. But we were sitting there and agreed, okay, we are all very, very busy and concerned with the situation, and anti-Semitic incidents started on October 7th, not as a reaction to Israeli action, but on October 7th, incidents started, and all our organizations were into that right from October 7th. So we still sat down and said, okay, we need to do this work to discuss what we have planned to discuss, because it will be on a long run a good outcome, or it is necessary to have this discussion and not be distracted from what took place. So I think this is really, since then we have met so often in different, as I said, in different partner countries, and I think there is also some sort of not only exchange of data or harmonizing categories, but also exchange of good practices, what works in this country, what can be used here, looking at strategic work or strategic litigation, so legal work or cooperation with police. I think this has been developed to a hub of sharing good practices. One aspect I need to want to still focus with regard to our topic, when we certainly, my colleague Daniel Pönsky and Bianca Lloyd, they frequently analyze the prevalence of post-Shoah anti-Semitism in Germany, including those forms of Holocaust distortion and denial. There would be many things to say about how the incidents, the variety of incidents, but I want to focus actually on one observation I also made in the introduction to the handbook. The dramatic increase after October 7th not only led to a dramatic worsening of the situation of Jews in Europe, but it also showed the adoption of formerly known forms of Holocaust distortion into the reaction to the events of October 7th. I want to mention just a few. The massacres of October 7th, with regard to that, we record incidents where first the massacre itself is celebrated as successful resistance. Secondly, the perpetrators of that massacre are praised as heroes. Thirdly, number of victims of that massacre are minimized. Fourth, certain aspects of that massacre, namely the sexual violence, are neglected publicly and in academia. Fifth, the responsibility of October 7th is shifted to the Israeli side. And six, and the anti-Semitic intent of that massacre is constantly denied or neglected. When we look at the very book that you have on your table, on your chair, then all these aspects fit into the guiding examples of what is supposed to be understood as a form of Holocaust denial and distortion. So we can conclude from here that those events of October 7th are treated in a way from an anti-Semitic reaction as other anti-Semitic crimes, namely the Shoah, has been treated before.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Benjamin. Yes. I did foreshadow the question, but I would like to give the floor back to you, Katharina von Schnurbein, to stay, so to say, on the policy, on the meta level, to then jump back into the respective communities. I remember you took the office in October 2015. December it was. But in October it was announced. Yes, I was in the room. I remember it was First Vice President Timmermans who announced it in October. And ever since, many things have happened on the European level. I even remember many Jewish communities stating that that the political class, so to say, seemed to understand the necessity to act. And that was followed by political action. Definitions were adopted. The declaration in 2018, the European Parliament before that on the national level, obviously the strategy that you brought forward. Why is it so crucial to have a central definition? And I feel silly to even have to bring up the question, but it is so important to address it again. Why is it so important to have that central definition? And what role has it played in these last 10 years?
Well, I mean, before the adoption, and I happened to be there in the IRA in 2016, the main phrase was, you can't fight it if you can't define it. And I think this is still true. and it's true for both the definitions for distortion as well as for anti-Semitism, we need to be precise. And I believe that these definitions, while giving the concrete examples, and therefore, and I think this is very important what you said, I also feel that in this current context, it has shown that the definition on anti-Semitism really captures what is happening and where the red lines are. So this, and especially the anti-Semitism definition, I mean, it's from 2006. Yeah, it was, all of this was there back then. For those who were in the topics, they could see it already then. It erupted on the 7th of October, but I think we would have to change very little. We do have, I mean, you know, nothing is perfect, and so this definition is also not a holy grail, as some have tried to pretend that it was made. It was not that. Yeah, I think we've always been realistic. It's non-legally binding. It's that's the beauty of it, that we know there some aspects are illegal and others are not illegal. They are covered by free speech, but they are still lawful but awful. And so if we want to move towards a world and Europe country free from anti-Semitism, well, we have to address also these lawful but awful forms, which are covered by the examples. The examples are also helpful simply for those who need to decide on the spot. And you know, when police is on the street in a demonstration, they need to decide what to do about certain, and I'm not talking now only about the clear-cut calls, yeah, but really, I don't know, individual signs and so on, comparing, for example, Gaza to the Holocaust. Do you consider its trivialization? Should it be taken down? You know, I think in Germany, yeah, I mean, we have, we should have a clear view on this, but it will happen only if you understand what the intention was of the Nazis to erase every Jew from the face of the earth, and that this is clearly not the intention. As serious and as bad the situation may now be humanitarian-wise in Gaza, and it is bad, yeah, but it's clearly not the intention. So I think all of this, that's why definitions are important, and the IRA definition gives three key aspects on anti-Semitism, namely that, as we know, criticism of Israel like that leveled against any other country is not anti-Semitic. So all this talk about freedom of speech limitations and so on, it's just simply not true. That context matters. And I think this is also important, and that's an important aspect also when the definition is used as a bias indicator for courts. It's not a legal tool, but it can be used to establish the bias. And that anti-Semitic incidents are illegal when so defined by law. And that's very important to also realize. In the end, the law is decisive and not this definition for legal proceedings. So it's a tool that helps civil society and state organizations to move forward in the right direction, and it has, and that's maybe a very important point as well, it has a community starting point and a community-based perspective. I don't like so much the victim-based perspective, but in the end, you know, that's what it is. So that's very important as well, as we would apply it with any other group or situation as well. We would always start at what the concerned people and groups think about it.
Thank you very much, really. It's as I said, it feels silly that this still has to be reasoned, and yet the same statements 10 years later are still
I've got some exercise by now, you know.
Yes, yes, yes. And obviously, let me, first of all, context. I personally feel not highlighted often enough, how well placed it is in the definition in the first part. And then obviously let me also reiterate that we are also emphasizing the necessity for the Iowa working definition on Holocaust distortion in this context specifically also, given the NMAR project. So just wanted to highlight that and on that. Let's get it back to the chair of the panel. And I swear this is the very last pun on my faux pas. No, really, all jokes aside, Johannan, the Austrian case is so exemplary for the multitude that Holocaust distortion takes in Europe, with a far-right government, with student protests, and the Jewish community somehow being torn in between. And we can only imagine the kind of tensions you as a community therefore has to endure. And at the same time, obviously would like to be interested in hearing more about how the political playing ball that anti-Semitism and specifically Holocaust distortion shows in the work that you've been doing in the past years.
Well, first of all, I want to say that Austria, as opposed to what you were saying now, is actually a pretty good place for Jews to live, especially compared to other countries in Europe and also in the world. Also, I must say, and Ms. von Schnurbein, I guess, will be much more able to talk about this, but the measures that have been taken by Austrian governments over the last years have been like nothing short of spectacular, if I may say. Holocaust distortion has been illegal in Austria for like 3-4 decades, 1992, since the second last amendment of the so-called Prohibition Act against National Socialist enactment. Back then it was only the gross trivialization of the Holocaust. Since the last amendment, last year, 1.5 years ago, all kinds of trivialization of the Holocaust is illegal. So the discussion in Austria is a little bit different from discussions in other countries where distortion is not illegal at all. Okay, so here we do not even have to make the differentiation between what is lawful but awful, illegal or legal. In this case, there is like a straight line, even though obviously, and I do not want to go too much into detail, I think it's mentioned in the text that you find in the report. We do not actually know how often the law has been applied in regard to the pandemic.
Just for clarification, the law meaning Wiederbetätigung.
Wiederbetätigung, okay. Exactly. It's the English word is the Prohibition Act, Prohibition against National Socialist reenactment is specifically Austrian law because obviously of the history of Austria. And so there is no real statistics about how often the law has been applied during the pandemic and also after October 7th. So we know of some instances where there have been some actors who have been making like gross trivializations, like not even grossly trivializations of the Holocaust. There have been some cases that have been brought to court and some cases where people have been sentenced, but we do not have statistics on that. When it comes to definitions and the importance of definitions, I mean, it's not like you don't have to imagine ourselves sitting at our desks and having like 2 definitions in front of us, like the 10 Commandments, and looking at them the whole time. For ourselves, so the people working in the field, we somehow have already incorporated those things, and that's the reason, for example, why the working definition of anti-Semitism, sorry to come back to it, because you actually emphasized this point that it came from the victims, it came from the communities back then, 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. The definition was sent out to many communities. I was part of one of the groups. I was very young, so I didn't have to say anything. But there was like a Europe-wide discussion about the definition, and the communities were able to give feedback to this definition, and because they were at the forefront of this fight against anti-Semitism, as we are now at the forefront of this fight against Shoah distortion. That is actually not new at all, but that was like modeled over the last years under different pretexts in different political, academic, cultural environments in such a way that it all converged very, very, very well on October 7 in a way that is very, very, very difficult to also describe, very difficult also to understand if you're like in the day-to-day business, but something that we have to be aware of. So yeah, what else what other points do you want to
if there are any specific examples from your work, from maybe, I mean, we heard the anecdote of, I mean, the extreme conditions under which you had to start funding operations. Can you tell us a bit more about how the project then came about?
Yeah, first of all, like right at the beginning, it was like very difficult because everybody had to like work from home. So like we started like from zero, like a few months later, suddenly work from home, we couldn't meet. Also, we tried to be, not only try, but we strive to be like all other organizations because it's a prerequisite, very respective in regards to privacy and GDPR and everything related to it. So it's
you also had the terror attack,
the
the large terror attack shortly before, so the community
we had the terror attack was in November, so it was half a year after the lockdowns. It was actually the second lockdown, and that's the reason why the terrorist attack took place exactly on the eve of the second lockdown, because it was a very nice warm evening, many people in the center of Vienna outside. Actually, the terrorists wanted to attack the synagogue. The synagogue closed early because of the lockdown, so an event was cancelled, so there was nobody there, so it just shut up all the other people, the poor people that were sitting outside in the center of Vienna, which is very nice. So it was a very, very, very difficult situation to like have this Jewish life, which is very dependent on community, on all kinds of different, I'm not only talking about the religious level, but all other aspects of community life. Then suddenly you see how suddenly, not the same way as with October 7, it took a while, but when suddenly all those forms of Shoah distortion showed up, it took them a few weeks and a few months, but suddenly you had like those strategists in the background, that time on the right extremist and neo-Nazi side, who weaponized the Shoah in a specific way. Then obviously you saw it in the streets at rallies, many people who like just didn't think about it. But in the background, there is always some kind of, I don't want to say mastermind, but there is a concerted effort to like use this very, very fluid and adaptive phenomenon of anti-Semitism and Shoah distortion to like convey a certain message and to attain and to reach a certain goal. And unfortunately, very unfortunately, and anti-Semitism and specifically Shoah distortion in Austria, as well as, for example, in Germany, falls on very, very fertile ground, and it was very, very easy to like very rapidly spread this weaponization. Then we had the terrorist attack. Then it was a very, very, very difficult time. Then, as I said before, we had like a little bit of a relief. Okay, we had the war of aggression against Ukraine that didn't touch our community that much, even though obviously all the activists that are now highly relevant and are the backbone of the anti-Israel activism in Austria are like fervently pro-Russia and fervently involved in the pro-Russia propaganda, anti-West, anti-NATO.
Allow me to jump in.
Yeah.
By far, I'm not even, not too correct, but to also highlight the work that you've done. When you say it didn't touch the community, you mean the data you collected. I remember vividly, Benjamin Nagel, the amount of work that you as a community did, not only to support Ukrainian refugees that came in, but also to close the divide within the community, within the Russian-speaking community was almost outmatched in Europe, I would argue. And this is really just to highlight the work that you've done as KG. Yeah,
100%. I'm just talking now about
the data,
generally
exactly.
about anti-Semitism, yes. And because that was like in addition. Okay, so in addition, like our personnel also had to be involved a little bit.
Hotels that were rented, again, an extreme
situation.
situation.
So we had to do stuff that we actually aren't supposed to do because it's not. But anyway, so it passed, and it's something that we wanted to do because we felt we had to do it, and so it was just fine. And then suddenly October 7 came, and as Benjamin Steinitz said before, like the very same day I was still in Israel, and I was packing my things to fly the next day to Berlin to have our first get-together for ENMA launch week, speed week. I don't know, it's a sprint week. And I can remember thinking about whether to fly to Vienna now or flying to Berlin, because actually I saw already like cars driving through Jewish quarters in Vienna with Palestinian flags and honking the horn, and people celebrating in the center of Vienna, people posting baklavas as a sign of celebration of the successful operation. And so we actually were counting on the worst and expecting the worst. I must also honestly say that it didn't. I want to be very honest. It didn't. It now, 1.5 years later, it's not like on the surface as bad as we expected it to be, because we extrapolated. If it's already that bad, October 7, Israel hasn't even launched some kind of any meaningful counterattack. How will it be? Well, it is bad, but it's mainly. It is reflected in the statistics, obviously. It's highly reflected in the statistics, and it's available for download. We just released our report for the year 2024 exactly 3 weeks ago. It's entirely translated in English, so you can have a look at it. It's a bad situation, not as bad as we expected it to be, but you have to understand that Jewish life, apart from the data that is like very quantitative, changed, meaningfully changed. It's the way people behave preemptively, trying to avoid certain situations, trying to avoid certain people, trying to avoid to dress in a certain way, trying to address certain topics, trying to, so it's Jewish life, apart from the data, which is like extremely important because it gives us much insight, and we have like a commentary and analysis section in our report that like gives a little bit of color to the raw data that actually speaks for itself still,
yeah.
but it's okay. I do not want to exaggerate the situation. Life is difficult.
Yeah.
Other countries have it much more difficult. All the more it's important to like share experiences and learn from each other, because that's actually one of the reasons why I totally do not regret having flown to Berlin in that week after October 7, and having met people that I also see here in the room, and to exchange experiences in this fight that we are actually fighting together.
Yeah. And Yohanan, again, I'm sorry that I kept on digging, but I think the perspective of the IKG in this specific, first of all, in the starting phase of the problem, but also with regard to some of the things that were mentioned, is of specific interest to us on this panel, and that's why I allowed to further dig. Also, let me reiterate what you said in the very beginning. It was, in fact, the Austrian presidency in 2018 that initiated the process that led to the declaration that was then accepted after when it concluded. So it definitely showcases what you said in the beginning with the also Austrian efforts from the governmental side to address the
also issue. Police.
Also police, definitely. All right, Anna Makowska, if we look at what we've heard so far, we speak about the multitude of Holocaust distortion, Gaza as the new Auschwitz, student protests, but at the same time, maybe also political attempts at distorting the Holocaust or misusing its commemoration. V4, a completely different context than what we just heard from Austria, yet at the same time, heavily affected by recent political developments. What were the main findings of the past 2 years that you also reflected on in the article that you wrote?
So maybe I will go back to the IRA definition. So when I was during the last 9 years, I was working with a huge American organization where I was working with the political environment. So I was like talking with the people, with the mayors, with the people connected with the government in the terms of the IRA definition, because I was doing this report analyzing how, in fact, the IRA definition is implemented, how it's affected, on the one hand, the Jewish life, but also like on the political level. So like my concern was that usually the people were not aware that those countries were adopting or adopt the IRA definition in the during the last 10 years. So on the national level, even though that you have the good practices, like it's not going to the bottom level, right, to the cities, to the small cities. So most of the aspects are run intuitively. And I'm a big fan of that definition because it's giving the frame for those who are creating the policies which are like helping those vulnerable communities, and they are preventing the anti-Semitism in the educational context, in the police section, in the security aspects. So what we are doing is like we are supporting this educational processes, working with the cities, like in Poland, like the several cities were adopting the IRA definition. What has happened after October 7th, some of the cities are afraid to raise the topic of the anti-Semitism because of the politicization of that topic, especially those which are much more connected with the left-wing parties and those liberal ones, which was very disturbing. So in the terms of the whole situation, it's worth to mention that in the terms of Poland, we have the biggest number of the Ukrainian refugees. So we are experiencing that this information which merged with anti-Ukrainian sentiments and anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion as well. And October 7th is also giving the fuel to it. So the anti-Semitism is used by Russia and like the far-right actors to attack Poland, to demobilize democratic movements, the civil society actors, to act in the terms of the human rights agenda, to also attack and raise hatred towards Ukrainian communities, which is fueled by, which was fueled by the Russian money. So there are the several aspects which are, in the end, it's going with the backlash towards Jewish communities. And what we are experiencing, like we are creating as an advocacy organization, we are creating the allies, we are creating the coalitions, etc. And we are facing right now the loneliness as our partners are afraid, or maybe they are raising concerns in raising the topics of the anti-Semitism in the terms of the ongoing situation in Gaza. Of course, the Holocaust distortion is used on a daily basis, and those are like those trends and or like those actors which are using them, they are not even aware that they are using them. So in the terms of the IRA definition, it's so like needed, like to raise awareness, like the repetition is a matter of education, right? So as a person who was like studying and was teaching on the university, it's so important like to have this on the academia level, like to have it in the historical textbooks everywhere. When you can just imagine, like to share good practices, like the politicians which are taking the photos from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, like not being aware what they are promoting, it's like, it's unbelievable, right? And what we are doing in the terms of the ENMA context, we are like monitoring the context, we are sending the information to them, like what exactly they are doing and with whom they are taking the...
And where, that's
Yes, so, they are challenging times, so like we are try like to create those kind of coalitions with the different ministries, with the political actors, like to raise awareness, but also like to focus on the anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion in the terms of the security aspects. So we are on the good position right now as the government is implementing and creating the strategy of combating anti-Semitism. So, and I think that nowadays it's not only the anti-Semitism how we were perceiving it like before the October 7th, but it's a totally different dimension, which we need to face it.
And then, I mean, first of all, thank you for sharing this insight. Especially important to highlight the intersection of disinfo and then the opportunistic use of historical distortion to feed into, well, what now is considered as hybrid threats. So we again see also how intertwined these issues are. And since I used this example in the very beginning, and yet again another phenomena where a common understanding of the issue through, in this case, the disarm framework, has led to the ability to transnationally start targeting the issue. On the issue of disinfo, it happened through defining what it is and categorizing it. On the issue of anti-Semitism, we are speaking to the very people here who are implementing said categorization in order to make data comparable. In this regard, if we look at Denmark, yet again, a completely different perspective. We're speaking about the Scandinavian context, where traditionally Holocaust distortion has taken more of a connotation to the Middle East through comparison, my humble opinion from that side. Yet again, we have the very specific historical connotation of Denmark that was aforementioned. Where are you at after October 7th? And with the multitude and the political usage of anti-Semitism, what are your reflections, Adam?
Well, so yeah, now you mentioned the Scandinavian countries, and I think, again, going back to the history of the 3 Scandinavian countries during the Holocaust is also vastly different. So I think that looking specifically at Denmark, I think, I mean, obviously, I recognize a lot of and can sort of see a lot of the similar things in what Johanna and Anna have also talked about. I think especially comparing to Poland, it's probably very different in the way that, again, I don't see from a sort of political level, there's really not the same, there's not really there's no trivialization of the Holocaust from a political level. It's more sort of, again, yes, like you said, in the context of the conflict. I think, again, what possibly worries me the most about this is I think the narratives around the Holocaust and the kinds of Holocaust distortion that we see in Denmark is very comparable, I think, to, like, looking through the ENMA folder now is much of the same that we see. I think the added thing is again when it's also used specifically to target Jewish communities. Mm-hmm. So the Jewish community where we work got a lot of emails that use the classic sort of Holocaust inversion trope, where you suggest that now the Jews are the perpetrators of what they're doing to the Palestinians, what the Nazis once did to the Jews. But again, not only that, but the question is posed to the Jewish community to sort of answer to that. And I think that's an added thing where it also is involved in this whole making Jewish communities. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, but also to make them responsible for both the actions of the State of Israel, but also the perception of Israel. And I think that worries me because it puts a pressure on Jewish life in Denmark. Denmark is the Jewish community in Denmark, both the organized community and the broader community is very small. There's not a lot of Jews in Denmark. We're already behind bars and constant military personnel.
You remember Dan Uzan?
We had the terrorist attack in 2015 where Dan Uzan was killed. So there's already so many pressures on Jewish life, and I think this is an added pressure where there's this. It seems that Jewish life, as well as sort of the relationship between Jews in Denmark and the history of the Holocaust, is politicized in a way that really pressures Jewish communities. And it makes almost Jewish life contingent upon what occurs in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really something that frightens me long term. That the perception of Jews and Jewish life in Denmark is really somehow contingent on a situation that we're not responsible for, and that and I think that's sort of my take. Yeah.
Let me also highlight, because you were the first to bring it up, yet something that has appeared in the various conversations that we had before the panel, the weaponization of the Holocaust against the Jewish community as a dynamic. And that is something that we've seen basically in most of the reports that have appeared so far. I would also like to, and it's a case that I've read about 3 weeks ago, but just to highlight also how this has played out before. I'm not too sure on how the case ended, but I am aware of a fact where actually Wiederbetätigung in Austria was used against Jewish activists. It was threatened to be used against Jewish activists. And I don't know the exact case and the politics of it. Just reading of it obviously triggered me to the extent that there was a weaponization of distortion against Jews. It was something that felt horrible. And again, I really don't know the case well enough to politically contextualize it. Just the sheer magnitude of reading this law being used against actually a Jewish activist that some of us are also familiar with, it triggered. We will come to a conclusion and then obviously also open this panel for questions after concluding remarks from both Benjamin and unless you wanted to react, I'm sorry, because I brought it up. After concluding remarks both from Benjamin Steinitz and Katharina von Schnurbein. Benjamin, wearing both the German hat, the Rias hat, but then also the ENMA hat, how do you reflect on these dynamics? What are examples that we should shed light on? But then also, obviously, with regard to the future role the program plays, what are your reactions?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the forms of Shoah denial and distortion we record in Germany, but also in other European countries, some of them are in the ENMA context also active. I think we have to really, we are facing an erosion of some constant valid facts. Recent polls show this in Germany, but we can also see it on a quite effective level. I will give you some few examples how I understand this. For sure, we are aware of the neglection or denial of the Shoah in the far right. Now we have for many years in all German country parliaments, but also in the federal parliament, a party that wishes to return the remembrance culture of Germany, have a turnaround on that. But when you go into those, I'm talking of the alternative for Germany. If we look into concrete societal crisis that we have faced in recent years, starting from the corona pandemic, we could also not only identify the spark or the increase of conspiracy myth, but also when in the German parliament, for example, the debate on compulsory vaccination programs sparked. We had an increase on reaction in our data with regard to self-victimization and comparisons to the situation of the National Socialists targeting Jews. So this was also, you can really see that at those demonstrations during the corona pandemic, it was from across the political spectrum, from far left to far right until the middle of the society. Another thing that really is, I think, important and we have not touched yet is a development that actually coincided with the lockdown. At the end of the first lockdown, initiative from very great cultural institutions in Germany spoke out against political cross-party petitions to fight anti-Semitism from the federal parliament. This initiative referred to the freedom of speech paragraph in the German constitution and introduced the global south to be an actor with regard of what is the Shoah, how can we teach it, how can we describe it, and this political framing then led to the well-known scandal of the Documenta 15, where actually on the day of the opening, forms of Shoah denial and distortion were displayed against the warning of Jewish community institutions months before. Yeah, so and as you know, the Documenta 15 is one of the leading exhibitions for contemporary art worldwide. So we had really a way of what we can say normalization of those contents in the middle of society. And I think this the way the Indonesian collective responded was quite showing that they argued that they were disrespected by German national remembrance strategies, and argued that things like Zionism or the Shoah can be perceived from an Indonesian perspective in a totally different way, and put their own positioning here. And this very later on, by the way, those organizers from the Indonesian collective were incentivized by the University of Hamburg, and they could lecture on those on their findings. I think it is very important to understand this background when we look at the current situation, because the very shouting of demonstrators in front of the Foreign Affairs Office in November 2023, "Free Palestine from German guilt," resonates in exactly all these idea of stop to remembrance culture from the perspective of a colonized or oppressed position. And this has to do with these other, let's say, legitimizing factors that I have just tried to sum up with regard to Documenta and the cultural initiatives. This is much too broad to discuss here briefly, but I think this is really an important factor to understand that we are not, when we talk about post-Shoah anti-Semitism or distortion of the history of the Shoah, we are not talking about far-right ideologies. We are talking really about a challenge that is across the political spectrum, and that makes it for many, many political decision makers and also the media quite challenging to actually portray it accurately, because there is the still constant conviction that the denial and the distortion of the Shoah is something that is reserved to far right, and this is obviously not true.
Katharina von Schumann, I will give you short conclusion remarks to then open it to the panel, if we may.
No, just maybe to add, so we have right wing, left wing, but we can also look at something that happened already, I don't know, 10 years ago and longer, namely that Iran for many years had a Holocaust cartoon contest, and it was regularly Europeans that won it. Yeah, one that I remember very vividly was a Arbeit macht frei on the wall, supposedly between Israel and the occupied territories, won by a Belgian teacher. That there was not even a discussion about it. And if, in addition to this, we know that we should not naive about what has happened here. To some extent, some proxy organizations of Iran and of Hamas have co-organized what has happened here. And we have one concrete example of this, namely that the demonstration in London that took place a week after was requested on the 7th of October at 12:50. Yeah, so at a time when Israel was still trying to get the terrorists out of the kibbutzim. And so there, I think we have to look at this really also from a security point of view. There are aspects to this that go beyond simply to say this is a distortion, and it's just and it's more in brackets because we can't really get into this. And then there's one other aspect I just want to highlight, and it resonates with what you said regarding the Documenta. We know that these incidents happen. And in the current context, unfortunately, they are not going to go away quickly. Anti-Semitism as well as Holocaust denial and distortion. The question is, how do those who are in authority react? And this is, I think, the key aspect. And countries in which incidents happen just as in other countries, but if, like in Austria, the police and the authorities react, and also those who are not in state authority, but in universities, in schools, in businesses, in sports clubs, and so on, if they react, that makes a different ambience for the Jews. And I think this is key, and that's why we suggest from the Commission that all these organizations, institutions, or be they state or civil society, but especially also the civil society, have some sort of protocol in place where, as a preventive measure, they define if an anti-Semitic incident happens in my organization, who needs to be informed, who takes decisions, and who takes care of the victims. It's not difficult to do, but I think it's a question of awareness raising, and with this can go training or something about what is anti-Semitism. Yeah, but I think it's key to react and to be quick in reaction.
Thank you very much. We will open the floor for questions, 2, 3, to then conclude this panel. I understand Colin will go around taking notes. 2 things that I as a moderator, I have to point out to, and I will do that more than once. A question usually ends with a question mark, and given the existing time limit, we would ask you to please try to also leave room for more interventions from the floor. Nevertheless, this is obviously your time to address our speakers, given the inputs and the various different insights that we've heard from all over Europe. So please, if you would like to raise your arm in case any questions. Yes, Kvodarav. And then we will take right afterwards and over there. Yes. So those 3 questions we will take from the floor. Yes.
Thank you very much. And
if you may introduce yourself, please.
I'll try and keep it short. Rabbi Walter Rothschild, now a retired rabbi, liberal rabbi. I have to make a statement, then a question.
No, please, let's resort to the
okay,
question.
Well,
and I say this out of respect.
I understand, because time is short. I'm just concerned, despite all the good work you're doing, I'm not attacking it, criticizing it in any way, that Judaism has been totally forgotten. It's become anti-Semitism. And as a rabbi, I like to feel that religion does have a part to play somewhere in this whole debate. Jews, Christians, and Muslims. I recall a discussion with an imam in Munich who told me Ibrahim was the first Muslim, therefore the whole Middle East belongs to Islam and nobody else has any right to be there. This is a kind of religious viewpoint, and we know of Christian fundamentalists. So my question, with the question mark at the end, is, what can we do to bring a little bit of religion into it? I have the feeling that people are too embarrassed and too ignorant of their own religions to even be aware of this element in the whole schlimazel. Thank you.
So moral and the moral dimension that is actually also being brought back to the debate. Yes, we are resorting to the kind lady over there.
So hello, and thank you so much. My name is Tina Adcock, and I'm a PhD student of the Hebrew University, researching the anti-Zionism of the German left and right wing, so thanks to your research. I wonder, we have all of this data, we have definitions, but still, do we have a plan to take action? Because what we're seeing is we have the universities run over by pro-Palestine protests, the streets, tomorrow Nakba Day, and so on. So what can we do besides the great work you're doing?
Thank you very much. So where are we heading? We had sorry, Colin, we had the lady over here, and then afterwards I also see that we have a question with Rüdiger Mahler.
Early questions. My name is Gudrun Wilhelmi. I'm just a member of the Jewish community here of Berlin. 2 questions. One is, did you also do a research about media? Mm-hmm. Does it change how journalists are writing about Jewish Israel and things like that?
And
the other question is, political parties are working together all over the world. So does it make a difference if documentary somebody is a member of a party who has a certain look at Jewish Israeli positions? And is there a research tool to make clear the working together worldwide? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we will take that fourth question, if you allow, from Rüdiger Malo here in the first row, please.
Thank you for the panel. And just a quantitative question that Adam Solovey already answered. It's regarding the numbers of Holocaust distortion and denial. How much was it before October 7 and how much is it after October 7 in the context of the numbers that you have gathered?
Thank you very much, Rüdiger. I will read out the questions, briefly summarize, and then leave it to the floor to address them, obviously assuming that the last one will specifically address the respective representatives from the countries. So we had the first question on the moral connotation. I will allow myself to extend it to that extent, the role of religion, value, and so on. And please, Rabbi, forgive me for having cut you short, and I hope you forgive me too. But also thank you for that input, obviously. Then secondly, we had the question on where are we heading? The direction, I assume this will specifically go to you, Katharina von Schnurbein, so where we're heading strategies. We had two questions from the kind lady from the Jewish community here in Berlin. Number one, sentiment in media, largely, where I allow myself to already point out to several scientific findings that are out there, organizations such as aforementioned DEMOC, CEMAS, many sentiment analysis that are out there. And then secondly, whether it makes a difference of where, like, political connotation of the respective sources of Holocaust distortion. And then last but certainly not least, and this is really something where I'd like for all of the countries to get the opportunity to address, numbers. Do we see an effect of October 7th in the numbers? And if so, which one? Now, if we could all resort to trying to answer these questions within a time frame of around a minute, it would be extremely helpful. Each per question, of course. And if not, I mean, those are important questions to mention. So I will leave it to the floor now. To the panel, I'm sorry. Please just choose your question and try to address it, yes. But you can also resort to, I assume, Katharina, the question on strategy.
So, on the, with regards to the religious aspects, I just want to say very briefly that for us, at the heart of the strategy that we have Jewish life in all its different aspects, and religious or cultural traditions is at the heart of it. And everything in the end we do is geared towards that. We see a big difference, and in Belgium, where the Commission is located, and therefore the local situation is quite contrasting between Brussels, where there's a very secular community, and Antwerp, where we have a very religious community. And it is interesting that when it comes to the perception of this crisis, in some aspects, the religious are more resilient because they have probably experienced hostility and are so used, unfortunately, to it, that it is less of a shock, it seems, than for those who are suddenly now in their daily lives and in their work confronted with this wave and tsunami of anti-Semitism. So that's just in brackets. Secondly, aspect with what are we doing? So obviously, there are a lot of things that are being done. In total, we have 90 initiatives in the strategy. And above all, what we are doing also is to make sure that anti-Semitism is mainstreamed in the fight against extremism, radicalization, in the security aspects. We have increased the funding to secure Jewish premises. We are looking into online anti-Semitism, developing a network of trusted flaggers and fact-checkers to in all EU languages detect anti-Semitic content, also non-EU languages that transport content into the EU. We're also looking with regards to Holocaust denial and building up now, together with Juland, among other, a network of places where the Holocaust happened, because the places become more important as there are less and less survivors with us. So this is something, we have 44,000 places in Europe where the Holocaust happened, and they will be important testimonials in the future. So these are just a few glimpses of what we are doing. Most importantly, there is a very strong political will to ensure, within the context of defense of democracy, that Jewish life can thrive in Europe. And so we work with member states. They have 24 of them now have their national strategies. There has been a lot of awareness about the importance of linking the fight against anti-Semitism with the fight for democracy. And I think this is really the key, that we put these aspects not only in singular projects, but also into every policy initiative.
Obviously also resorting to the respective national strategies and the publicized European strategy on combating anti-Semitism. Was this a question or an intervention on that regard? Because if so, I would like to give actually the floor to Michaela Küchner. Because
I'm not asking a question.
Please.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I will be short. This is also about what can I do? What can you do? And I would like to refer to the material the IRA has developed, the online training courses which we have, the campaign which we have, the toolkit which we have, and next to you there's Fanny, and you can ask her about more details about it. And I'm also happy to announce that we brought some brochures about our material, so help yourself. I think it's out there at the registration desk. So these are really practical tools for you and for journalists and for activists and for civil society. Thank you.
And thank you.
I would like to answer to your question, Rüdiger. I think we can say, I cannot talk about numbers for 2024 yet, but from a bit vague reply, if you're fine with that, I think we can say that absolutely those incidents have increased. After, like many other incidents of anti-Semitic incidents in Germany after October 7th, but relatively the Israel-related anti-Semitism plays a bigger role than before. So when you talk about how this, I mean, there's also a lot of entanglement between the two. But if you look at the numbers, we could where we could really see, or the proportion of numbers where we could see Israel-related anti-Semitism and post-Shoah antisemitism, then the proportion of post-Shoah antisemitism decreased as Israel-related anti-Semitism increased. But the absolute number was still rising.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, regarding the question about Shoah distortion in the statistics. It is obviously it has exploded. I won't repeat the same stuff that Benjamin Steinitz was just saying, because I also compared, because you don't have the most recent report, but I compared our report from 2024 to your data from 7th of October 23 till the end of the year, and the proportions are almost the same, Obviously, Shoah distortion exploded. You have to also look at, first of all, denial is almost non-existent in that part. So Shoah denial is something that happens. We read articles about it once in a while in Austria, but it's when it comes to the anti-Israel activism, it's almost non-existent. When it comes to the two main, let's say, perpetrator groups, if we take the left extremist, left wing, whatever you want to call it, and the Islamic side, you see differences. First of all, you see, according to developments in the war, like for example, January, all the discussions about ICG, and in May, the All Eyes on Rafah campaign, which was absolutely devastating. So we received so many emails. You talked about emails. I mean, we received so many emails in May last year before the campaign started. And also it was the month where there was this discussion about putting on trial Benjamin Netanyahu and Gallant, Yoav Gallant. And suddenly we have like a plethora of Shoah distortion motives, while the left extremist Shoah distortion is a little bit more nuanced, if you want to call it like that, like the Shoah distortion that we see from the Islamic parties, like equating Wehrmacht and IDF pictures from Buchenwald, from Auschwitz, with AI pictures from Rafah or from other refugee camps. So it was very, very, very disturbing, the things that we saw, and also the quantity of the things that we saw. And also, I also want to emphasize this, last October, November, after the elections that we also had the other side, the right extremist side, the right-wing side, not even extremist, the right, political right, that bombarded us with emails, that bombarded us with content about, because there was elections, the far-right party won. It's not in the government, but it became the strongest party. And there were discussions because the president of the parliament wanted to visit a Shoah memorial in Vienna, and Jewish students blocked him from doing so. There was a huge discussion about it, obviously. And the content that Jews were confronted with in regard to not only Shoah distortion, but also related to what we call in our categorization anti-Semitic othering. Like, if you don't like it here, go back to Poland, Israel, whatever. Usually it's not written, but it's implied. And Israel-related anti-Semitism is really incredible. Yeah, so this is like a very, very tricky situation, because before October 7, we had cases of Shoah distortion were almost non-existent, okay? Now, after like 19 months, I do not know how it will be possible to put the genie back in the bottle, especially after we have this campaign. And I emphasize it again, also what you said before, there is a strategic campaign also related to your question, what can we do? It's to be aware of the fact that all those things don't just happen. Also, Documenta 15 didn't just happen in a vacuum, okay? So there are many, many, many things that led to this. Many, many organizations in the human rights sphere that are involved in this. I don't say it as a kind of conspiracy myth or something like that. They say it openly. There is also an open campaign at the moment against the IRA definition for anti-Semitism, with a very, very frightening development in Germany recently. So I'm just waiting for the definition of Shoah distortion also becoming a target. So we have to be aware of this. We have to be aware of the fact that it's a campaign kind of effort. And that's where our vector should be oriented to. I don't think it's necessarily our task as monitoring organizations and counseling and support organizations to do that, but we should be providing the necessary data in order to and commentary and analysis that is absolutely important in order to be able to fight it. Because if you can't quantify it, if you can't qualify it, then yeah, you're in a situation where you're just steamrolled by a very, very large, concerted, well-funded effort against all kinds of elements of, and I say it like this, Jewish life.
Yeah, the most painful part of moderating such a distinguished panel is having to cut short people who have so much great things to say, which unfortunately I'm resorted to doing at this point. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to, number one, thank you all for your transnational efforts and for being the eyes and the ears on the ground and you know, really doing pioneering work. This should be basic infrastructure. Let me emphasize this again. This should be basic infrastructure, and it's being built by people who cannot be thanked for enough. we did speak about the current state of Holocaust distortion. We did speak about national examples. We did speak about weaponization of the Holocaust against the Jewish community itself, it being a play ball between political sides, and obviously the importance of definitions in this context. We also highlighted specific national examples. Kodarav, I did cut you short, therefore I want to give you justice by addressing, it's the first time that I can speak on such a panel without holding any office or speaking on anyone's behalf, therefore let me maybe do it as a person. In all of this, let us not forget the human dimension of this. These are our grandparents, these are our parents. I was at Haus der Kulturen der Welt last week to speak about the effects of the 7th of October on our community, and I think one thing that you will hear wherever you look in that community is that if a community that holds trauma so close in their DNA understands the eliminatory effects of language, especially when it comes to Holocaust distortion, something has to be done. And I think this became apparent during this panel, and it is a result of the work that you're doing. Therefore, thank you for your inputs and the work you're doing, and obviously for participating today. We will now resort to having a lunch break just in the room next to this one. That would be 2A. Let me also emphasize that you can afterwards obviously address the distinguished panelists with further questions in case none of what you brought up was addressed. Please feel free to do so. Also, there is and I really want to highlight this because we haven't thanked our hosts of the memorial yet enough. There is an opportunity to take a look at the Silent Heroes exhibition that will start from the lunchroom at 2:15. And in case you are interested and want to take that opportunity, please feel free to share. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch break, and we will meet again at 2:45 sharp in this room. Welcome back. We hope you all had a fruitful discussion during the lunch break. And worry not, it is totally acceptable to rejoin as we are opening said panel, with the disclaimer that even some of our distinguished panelists will join us over the course of this discussion. All of this being said, we welcome you back to panel number 2 of the day, titled Memorials in Between the Politics of Remembrance and Current Anti-Semitic Incidents. We are taking a closer look on how Holocaust distortion plays out specifically through the lenses of memorial sites, be it museums, commemoration places, and or the politics of them. With us here today on the panel are, to my right, Tanja Künzel from the Bundesverband RIAS. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanja. To my left, Gadi Luzzato, who's from the Centro Documentazione Ebraica Contemporanea in Italy, and also a distinguished member of the ENMA network. So you can also bring this perspective to the panel. To my right, Krinka Vidadovic from the Starosamiste site in, was that? Yes, okay. Thank you. In Serbia. Also a very unique perspective that you will be sharing with us. And then later, we'll be joined by Matthias Heil, who's from the Ravensbrück commemoration site. This panel as well will be opened by individual inputs, each around 2 minutes, prompting a discussion. So we are seeking for inputs that each individuals will react to. Afterwards, we each individually had discussions before, some of us just today, in which we went through the specific examples also that you brought to us, because I understand that many of you brought very specific examples also that we would like to shed lights on. Without further ado, I would start by giving the word to you on my right, Gadi, sharing the prompt from Italy, and then we will go towards the right to have the meta input from Rias' perspective. Please.
As you prefer. Not always first ladies, but okay. Okay, my name is Gadi Luzzato Voghera. I'm an historian. I work as managing director of the CEDEC Foundation in Milan. And I'm discussing a little bit about the role of the 2 institutions. One is mine, the CEDEC Foundation, that is based inside the Memoriale, the Fondazione Memoriale della Shoah under the railway station in Milan. This is the place from where the deportation started, the deportation not only of Jews, but also of political opponents and many other people and soldiers and so on. We work together only, these 2 foundations work together only starting from 2022. And it was a good idea. We established our library and our archive inside the memorial site. And the memorial site is visited by around 130,000 people every year. So it's a very, very visited place. We organize together dozens of workshops. We have a library and archive. We organize exhibitions, conferences, meeting, and inside our institute, and this is the reason why we work with inside ENMA, we have a special office, the Observatory on Antisemitism, that is monitoring anti-Semitism and is offering a report, an annual report like the other partners, also our record, our report is translated in English, and you can see it on our website www.osservatorioantisemitismo.com.it. And the site is at the center of the town, is protected 24 hours, 7 days by the army. The police, the secret services, whatever. That is to say that we are under menace. We are inside one of the main hubs, maybe the most important hub of the transportation system in Italy nowadays. So the state sees our site as in danger. And we suffer actually not hard menace, but very frequent menace, emails and messages and writings on the walls and so on.
And how these look like, we will further investigate in the course of the panel. Let me just ask a tiny question. We didn't say 130,000 visitors a year. Are these mostly national or international visitors?
It depends. No, mostly are national. Half of these
tourists or locals?
Half of these visitors are schools. But the others are many tourists, and we offer visits in many different languages. So it's a very open space. And another thing I underline is that there is a system of linking different memorial sites in Italy.
That you're a part of.
Yes, and we are part of this.
Thank you, Gadi Luzzano. And I would invite you, maybe, do you want to close the gap? Yeah, thank you. I think that's waiting. I think for the pictures also that's to my right, to Serbia, and there's actually even a microphone for you. So same goes for you. The prompt around-ish 2 minutes.
Yes, let's see if I squeeze it into 2 minutes. My name is Krinka Vidakovic-Petrov, and I am basically a scholar, but I was also a diplomat. I was ambassador of my country in Israel for 5 years. And my fields of interest in my research are Jewish studies, especially Sephardic Holocaust, especially Holocaust literature, Balkan studies, culture and identity, memory studies, and so on. Currently, I'm working on a book about the memoirs of Holocaust survivors in Yugoslavia. And since 3 years ago, I am the director of a national institution founded 3 years ago called Memorial Center Staro Sajmište. I'll tell you at the end what this means. To explain what it is I'm doing. During the war, Second World War, Yugoslavia was attacked, dismembered, and occupied by several countries. And Belgrade at that time was the only capital city in Europe that had not one Nazi camp, but 4 of them. So I am dealing with 3 of these 4 camps in the Memorial Center. Just to tell you what these camps were. One of them was the Jewish transit camp Belgrade, called Topovske Šupe, in the middle of Belgrade, which operated from August till December 1941. In this camp were 5,000 Jewish men, only men, and 1,500 Roma men. Then the 2 other camps are located at this site called Staro Sajmište. One was the Judenlager Zemlin, which operated from December 41 till May 42, very brief period. And at that camp, there were 6,500 Jewish women, children, and elderly. All of them were killed in a matter of 2 months when, from Berlin, there was a special vehicle like a gas van that was sent to Belgrade. At that time, it was experimental. It had been used in the camp in Chełmno in Poland. And with this gas van, 6,500 Jewish women, children, and elderly were killed in 2 months. And after that, on the same location, Staro Sajmište, was the Anhaltelager Zemlin, which functioned until the July 44, when it was closed. And during that time, in this camp, most of the victims were Serbs. 11,000 of them died. But there were 30,000, mainly Serbs, but also some smaller group of Jews. For example, the Jews of Kosovo Metohija, which is a very interesting story. They were there. And altogether at the Sajmište location, there were around 40,000 prisoners, out of which 17,000 were killed. Now, there is a post-war story regarding these camps, which I might touch upon later, just to mention that since the end of the war in 1945 until now, these 3 camps that I mentioned were completely covered by oblivion. I can explain more later. And just one last thing, I can talk about these issues later, is the following, that the memorial I work in is dedicated to all the victims of these 3 camps. So we're talking about Serbs and Jews and Roma, anti-fascists, whichever ethnicity they were. We have to deal with all of these victims. And it's important to also mention that in today's Serbia, this place, the Staro Sajmište Memorial Center, is the main place for the commemoration of the Holocaust in Serbia. We don't have Yugoslavia anymore. Now we have post-Yugoslav countries. So in Serbia, it's the main place of the commemoration of Holocaust victims.
Which is obviously why we will touch upon its politicization, the way it's being framed, but then maybe even the culture behind it. But this is for later. Thank you very much for your introduction, Krinka. And then last but certainly not least, in that order, Tanja Künzel from Rias. We'd be interested in hearing your prompts in your intro and then follow the discussion.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tanja Künzel. I'm the leading educational advisor of Bundesverband Rias since 21. And I held my doctorate in history on photographs of the Lodz ghetto. And I worked in different memorial sites as well as researcher as on educational programs. This justifies maybe that I'm here. But also in general from Rias we refer to post-Shoah antisemitism as a background choice in Germany. This includes attacks on the memory of the Shoah and disruptions of commemoration. These occur in various forms, often in the form of damage of property in memorials and on memorial signs, such as Stolpersteine, which commemorate people who were deported and murdered. These are often damaged or smeared or covered with stickers with anti-Semitic or right-wing content. But also if commemorative events are disrupted or those present are insulted, we document these attacks on remembrance. These can be assigned to different political and ideological spectrums. And it can have different forms of anti-Semitism that also includes manifestations as anti-Semitic othering, anti-Judaistic anti-Semitism, modern anti-Semitism, Israel-related anti-Semitism, and post-Shoah anti-Semitism. And since last year, we have been paying particular attention to the situation in memorial sites because we found out that there were some lacks and some missing points sometimes. At the Memorial Site Seminar last July at House of the Wannsee Conference, we had an exchange on the situation of memorial sites. And our observation is that a shift has taken place after the Hamas massacres of October 7th. On the one hand, Israel-related anti-Semitism has increased drastically, and this can be seen in numerous Free Palestine entries in the memorial site books, for example, of the House of Wannsee Conference or of the NS Documentary Center in Cologne. On the other hand, the threat from the right, including from the right-wing extremist party AfD, is continuing. Numerous memorials have not only had to deal with openly displayed anti-Semitism, but also with stagings, for example, at the Buchenwald Memorial by Nikolai Nörling, a right-wing social media activist, or in Dachau. So we focus on this situation, and also in the meeting, it was very visible there's a big need for dealing with actual anti-Semitism. There's a need for exchange in the first place, because anti-Semitism often plays a role in guided tours or in pedagogical settings. And but also there's a need for revision of the materials, because some of the historical materials sometimes reproduce anti-Semitic stereotypes, and if they are not framed in the right way, it's really a big problem. And also there are some like blind points sometimes in the guided tours and some lacks. And it's also about thinking of that in the tours, in the pedagogical settings, Jewish people could be part of it, and how to deal with the situation. This is very important to look after the affected.
Thank you. Obviously, already jumping into very specific examples. I saw on my left, you nodded at various occasions, assuming that you can share very similar examples to the forehead.
Oh, yes. Having so many visitors to that site and sharing information with other memorial sites, we receive many alerts regarding growing menaces from anti-Semitic menaces in a very similar ways of the one we saw and we heard. Specifically, we have one example that I wanted to point out your attention, is related to one of the main and last survivors in Italy. Mm-hmm. She is named Liliana Segre, and she has been appointed by the president of the state 5 years ago as appointed as senator. We have in our parliament 7 senators appointed for the life because of their past, of their role in the society, and so on. This has to do something with, is related to the role of democracy and defending democracy. The intention of the president was to point out the attention of the public about the role of, not of her as a specific survivor, but the role of the Holocaust in the history and the persecution of the Jews in the history of the country. She didn't ask for that role, but she is interpreting it in a very open way. Now, starting from the appointment, she was attacked by everywhere, by the left, by the right, by the populist, by the web, by the social, wherever, when she raised not her voice, a finger, is enough for collecting thousands and thousands of anti-Semitic attacks. And the anti-Semitic attacks are related to very different informations regarding her person. She is a survivor, so she is attacked as a survivor. She is a Jew. She is attacked as a Jew. She's a senator, so she is gaining a lot of money instead of us, that we are poor and so on. She's a woman, and she is the head of a commission against the hate speech in the parliament. So she has also a role in this. So when we speak about the intersectional anti-Semitism, she is the example. We have in Italy. She is 94 now. She's suffering a lot, but she is reacting. She is the founder. Actually, she is. I speak about her because she is the founder of the Memoriale della Shoah in Milan. She discovered that site while she was interviewed by us, by the Chedek Foundation, about her experience, and she said, "Oh, I was deported by from the central station, but I don't know where." And we discovered the place.
When was that?
In 1994. And so starting from that, the process began, and the public institutions, and I forgot to say that our institute is owned by the Jewish communities. The memorial site is a public site. So it's a public experience. So this is the example of the intersectional anti-Semitism related to a site and to the survivor role in the society. And this is why we are interpreting the emergence of a new anti-Semitic language as an open menace to democracy.
And it's interesting to have your dual perspective on that matter, because not only as a memorial site, but also as an ENMA member, you're collecting this data. You're able to quantify it, so you see it live in person on the ground, but you're also being reported to. Allow me to jump in before taking it back to you. If you would take the perspective of the site itself, any specific measures that are being done, any trainings, and obviously, Tanya, I would like to channel that question afterwards, then also back to you. How's the site reacting to these manifestations?
Okay, first of all, we are training the tour guides. The tour guides are confronting all the time with the visitors, and the visitors are asking questions about the memory and the history of that site, but also they are engaging with the typical rhetoric of these times. So why Jews yes and Palestinians no? What do you think about, and so on. So they are trained with specific training courses on this. And they are trained not to react, not to to react with knowledge, and not even if they don't have enough time to discuss.
But it is the most prominent case that was for you shaping in the work as an ENMA member, and then probably also for the folks on the ground. The one thing that is coming up.
No, the specific. It's not an example. It's a collective atmosphere.
Get it.
From time to time, the communication office of the Memorial, Talia Bidusa, and many other people,
a former colleague,
yes, and many other people are sending to schools invitations to come and visit with groups the Memoriale. And
so in your public outreach, you
yes,
they are very interesting.
Now, the reaction in the last after 7 October, we have to say this, is that there is not only what we are generally calling Holocaust fatigue, but there is something more. There is an open refusal by some teachers, and I cannot describe them because they can be leftist, they can be right wing, we don't know, that they say, they answer, no thanks, we don't have the right, we don't leave the right atmosphere now to connect with that kind of memory.
To address, okay.
And this is very, very hard to confront.
Obviously, how would you reach the kids itself if you have to go through the teachers? So many things to touch upon. Let me just then summarize again the case of Liliana Serge, because that's a very specific example that we wanted to highlight on the panel, also because it was rather recent and it really exemplifies many of the things we're discussing today. And then obviously, thanks also for bringing the examples from the site.
I just wanted to add, when she speaks, when she openly speaks also about Gaza, about Netanyahu and so on, we monitor a peak of it.
A peak, yeah, this is right. Both on and offline. We take it to Serbia. You brought 3 examples for us, and then Tanya. We are already back on first name basis. I'm very sorry. I was trying to avoid this, but I'm not gonna be able to do this today. Everyone's here on first name basis today. Then Tanya, I would obviously like to also for you to reflect on some of the pedagogical steps and measures that were mentioned. But the Serbian example, 3 examples that you brought for us.
Yes, I'd just like to explain what Staro Sajmište means. Literally, it means old fairgrounds, because before World War II, this area was actually the International Belgrade Fair, and all the buildings there were built as exhibition pavilions. And then, during the occupation, these were converted into camp buildings. Some of them exist today, some of them don't. They've been ruined during several bombings, but some of them exist today, and that is where the Memorial Center is situated, in situ, right there where the camp was. But when you come and see it, you see buildings that don't associate with a camp. They're not camp buildings. They were used as camp buildings. Now, I have to say that in my country, Serbia, there is a little bit of an opposite process than the one we've heard now. Why? Because in Serbia, in Yugoslavia actually, these 3 camps that I mentioned were deliberately and systematically pushed to the margins and obliterated. So what we have now is a revival of the memory of what happened in these 3 camps. So for us, there is no Holocaust fatigue. We are beginning since 3 years ago to research, to present the narrative, and so there is no fatigue. There is a lot of eagerness to find out more about what happened. Because even today, most of the people living in Belgrade are not aware that there were these camps there. But
allow me to jump in, and I know that this is so hard to put in a side answer. But doesn't this then happen at the expense of a highly concentrated form of a politicization of the matter? If it resurfaces?
There is politicization, but the main point is let's find out what happened here, because we were not allowed to find out for 78 years. That's the, let's say, dominant reaction. But of course, there are reactions that are simply not negative actively, but would like the status quo to stay as it was. But I would like to mention 3 examples of 3 incidents.
Let's maybe go one by one.
One by one.
We open them.
Okay, 1. The center exists since 3 years ago, and we have been cooperating from the very beginning. We at the beginning didn't have offices. We had nothing, actually. But now we do have something. And we have been cooperating with an organization, a Jewish youth organization called Haver Serbia. And
Sonia.
Sonia,
yeah.
really. And they're doing a lot of work with young people, promoting the information, the narrative about the Holocaust, and so on. And we are still working with them. But in 2023, after 7th of October, in November of that year, there were some graffiti that were directed to them. And I'll read you what were the graffiti. The first one, Haver, get out of Serbia, go away. But then the three that followed, you see where the perspective is. Then, free Palestine. Number 4, down with Zionism. And the last one, Israel is killing children. So actually this idea, Haver, go away from Serbia, it's in the context of the current events and the pro-Palestine, let's say, demonstration.
All of the aforementioned graffitis you think are from the left?
Well, I'll give you another example where the left is very obvious.
Especially the first one, get out of the country?
That one can be interpreted in several ways, but the three last ones are obviously tied to what has happened to Palestine. Now, another example is from this year, and that is a monument that we have on the other side of the river from our memorial center, which is a small, modest monument, but a nice one, dedicated to the victims of the gas van, of the Holocaust. And here, in June, this year, there's a graffiti which reads, Gaza will not be a hotel, with reference to Mr. Trump's plans, President Trump's plans of making a resort, building a resort in Gaza. This is from this year, so it's
at the memorial site.
Yes, and what I wanted to stress is that in my country, we don't have, in the political scene, actual political scene, we don't have the rise of the right, political right. What we do have is the rise of the left, and especially in the student movement, which has been going on for the last 4 or 5 months, since November of last year.
We had this in our previous discussion. That is why Serbia is such an interesting case, obviously, with the current protests.
The graffiti are connected with 2 organizations that outside the student population have no attraction whatsoever. But inside the student population, they do. Students are willing to listen and hear them. One of them is called the Party of the Radical Left, founded in 2020. I can't tell you how many adherents or members they might have. It's something that's very far from anything that I can read or follow, but they exist. And the other one is Anarcho-Syndical Initiative. And they are members of an international syndicate organization. They are against the policy of the government, which is pro-Israel. They are against NATO. They are against the government in general. They are against everything. Very, very radical, very unrealistic, but to students who are young people and appealing to some extent, of course.
We thank you for those flashlights, and you are touching on current political affairs there, obviously, which makes the case also more interesting. Tanya, as aforementioned, the 2 reactions. We basically, on the one hand, how can commemoration sites, or how do they prepare their stuff on this? But at the same time, how should they react to such incidents on the ground?
Okay, it's difficult to say. It would be better if somebody from the commemoration side would
best practices that are out there, things we know.
But I think what I said before. First, I want to say something about the tendencies we observe again, because we have in the memorial sites, on the one hand, openly expressed anti-Semitism, but we also have like hidden anti-Semitism, which also refers to detour communication and communication in the context of opportunity structures. And this we call events that give an occasion but are not the reason for anti-Semitic expressions. And so like detour communication occurs time and again, especially since 7th of October, and have increased, as I said before, and it included statements that attributed to Israel-related anti-Semitism, as you described, from the Free Palestine entries in the guest books. In contrast, which incidents with anti-Semitism, where anti-Semitism is expressed openly, such as Hitler salutes at memorial sites or open anti-Semitic statements, which are increasing in view of a shift in discourse to the right. So we have these both tendencies. And we also see a difference between anti-Semitism in rural areas and in urban areas. So we have the thesis that in the metropolitan regions, anti-Semitism is in memorial site is more related to the context of occasional structures. And as I told, and in rural areas, we observe various forms of anti-Semitism independent of this, which can be tracked to different political backgrounds. And and it's more often in the rural areas that it still are forms from right-wing extremism. And we just, 2 weeks ago, we just visited an association of memorial sites in the federal state of Baden-Württemberg. And there we also could see the differences in reacting. Because there, the representatives, they tried to draw up declarations of democracy and include this in their statutes, thus attempting to protect themselves from attacks from the right. And in the urban areas, incidents continue to be documented, and if necessary, criminal action is taken against them. And I say this because it's important to notice in comparison to Serbia, for example, that we have still those two problems, which is one big problem. And I think there's been a shift in the perception of memorial sites related to actual forms of anti-Semitism. Mm-hmm. Because formerly it was always said, yeah, but we are working about National Socialism, so it's clear that it can't be that actual anti-Semitism is happening here. Mm-hmm. And since some years it's like changing, and it's starting that there are like workshops in the memorial sites to train the people working there, giving guiding tours with all form of anti-Semitism, and to be able to react, but also to recognize all forms of anti-Semitism, and also to this opportunity to check existing exhibitions and texts for anti-Semitic reproductions, and altogether look after gaps in the educational settings, but it's still starting. Mm-hmm. And
so we're talking about capacity building. We're talking, which brings us back to you, Gadi. You took the step. You decided to work transnationally, which now brings us to maybe trying to face two questions. First of all, why? What is it that you get out of this international exchange? Are these things that you're gaining from it? But secondly, more broadly, and this is obviously, something that we're deeply interested in. What are the needs of memorial sites? What are things that are lacking? What are things that you'd wish there'd be more of?
Okay. First of all, when we write our record, and when we written our records in the past, we saw more and more coincidence with other center of studies and monitoring in different areas of Europe, mainly of Europe. So we felt the need to connect ourselves with them, and it was a good choice. Then I myself, personally, as director, I was invited to enter the IRA delegation, the Italian IRA delegation, and confronting all the time with with that organization, we understood that the anti-Semitism is not something that you can challenge alone, and the work done there is producing more and more important things. One is one that Michaela Kühler this morning has mentioned, related to the sites, and this is this charter for safeguarding sites. Okay, and it was adopted at the Croatia plenary in Zagreb at the end of 2023, maybe. Yes, and it is speaking about the role of the memorial in fighting anti-Semitism. There are many different articles, safeguarding principles, identification of risks and significance, and safeguarding responsibilities, and safeguarding practices. It is very practical, and it is engaging governments, the politics in general, and it speaks specifically on what we are confronting with all the time. For instance, Article 1, sites are places of remembrance, dialogue also religious dialogue, and inclusiveness, that is democracy. The safeguarding of sites should not be used to distort or falsify the history. That is taken me to describe another incident related to the commemoration of the 80 years from the liberation from the Nazis.
So we're talking about the 27th of January?
No, 25th of April. That is the day of the liberation of Milan and then Italy in general.
We're talking about Auschwitz.
And no, it's not the commemoration. The memory is all the time. The day of memory is coming. But the public discourse on the anniversary of the liberation of Italy from the Nazis is connected to some specific words that are liberation and resistance. And the two words are now distorted in the public sphere from many different, not only parties, but many different public organizations who were used and are used to work and with the Jewish partners, the Jewish communities, and in some cases, and Benjamin this morning sent me one example from Italy, but it was not the only one. These organizations are adding the polemics against Zionism. So Zionism is interpreted openly, speaking about resistance and liberation as a public menace, let's say, against the core concept of resistance and liberation at our times. So is misinterpreted, is completely distorted.
On that date specifically, I mean,
On that day,
on so many levels,
on
there's...
that, yes. So we are more and more, we as a Jewish organization, as people who is managing public memorials of the Holocaust and of the deportation also of not Jewish people, we are all the time under pressure, and we are slowly, there is a wave, we are not openly, but there is a wave that is pushing for slowly pushing out this, we as workers on memory, as part of the system that in Italy is working on memory. That is problematic.
That is
for instance, we host 4 young volunteers of the Servizio Civile, I don't know.
Civil service, yeah.
Civil service. Instead of military service, okay? Yes. And our project is shared with other 2 organizations and is on the memory. On the idea of memory of liberation, memory of deportation, memory of persecution. And the other 2 organizations are the organization of the past deportees, not Jews, and the other is the organization that is collecting, let's say, they are, but it was born as the organization of the partisans, of the resistance, okay? That this is the organization that is organizing the national manifestation on the 25th of April, is officially involved.
So of course there are different narratives.
And they are saying now, we don't know if you want to work with you about memory.
Okay. Classic. It was a Freudian slip, but I would like to, foreshadowing, we will come back to that, but the example of the 27th of January, I think you analyze news reporting in Italy as well, and we mentioned that in the previous discussion. So this definitely is one of the examples we'd like to shed some light on at a later point.
Okay, this is the 27th of January is it's time in different years. It became more and more one of the days, and it is not only a day in Italy because it's a complete month of January. Dedicated to the memory of the Holocaust, and we testify a growing of anti-Semitic attacks
around
this.
Okay,
and
this was
immediately connected.
And your report this year,
yes, is
reflected on that.
Yes.
Any changes after the 7th of October?
Oh, it's the common changes of numbers shared with the Austrian and with the other countries. Not changes regarding that date or that period.
So peak on the date?
Yes, when you speak publicly about Jews and deportation and persecution, the peak of anti-Semitism is growing.
So peak around the date, overall peak after 7th of October. That's the development that we've heard from most of the member countries so far, and we hear it again from Italy. I bring you back into the discussion. We had, so you shared 2 examples of us. The memorial site itself being misused for projection, but even Jewish activists or activists speaking about Judaism from Haver being used as targets for anti-Semitism, which then itself constitutes a distortion. What would be interested is number 1, you brought another example that I would like to give you an opportunity to share, and then obviously number 2, it's something that I tried to allude to before, but I would like to bring it back into the discussion. How are political actors targeting the memorial sites? The political narrative in Serbia must be so extremely, in the post-Yugoslavian context, must be so sensitive There are so, we speak about, because we speak about Croatia, we speak about the USSR. I mean, there are so many pitfalls. Plus, in your specific sites, there are different victim groups that are being commemorated. So yet again, how does that reflect in the political climate? Does it come up?
Well, it is an interesting situation. Because when this memorial center was finally founded, established, there was talk, well, why wasn't it founded 10 years ago or 20 or 50 or 60 or 70 years ago? What was the problem? It's a complicated problem. But this center was founded by the present-day government led by Mr. Vučić. And I thank him for founding the Memorial Center. He did a good thing. I wish that somebody before him might have done it many years ago, but they didn't, for whatever reasons. I'm not going into the reasons. And so, because we are a memorial center founded by this government 3 years ago, we have had criticism that we are doing something that is going to please our founder. I mean, we're under the Ministry of Culture, not, that's the umbrella organization. And so some things that we have done well, very well, they have been criticized for being done badly. But really, we did these things well. So I don't give much credence or much importance to that kind of criticism. The other criticism which I adhere to is that the city authorities, we have talked, Gadi has mentioned this important document, preserving sites. We have a problem with that at the Sajmište because in one of the buildings that was built before the war, then was a building during the camp, and this building, which was called the Hungarian Pavilion, was the place where they took sick prisoners, those that were almost dying. So they took them to this building to kill them, finish them off. And so we know this from our research. But after World War II, this whole site was kind of obliterated, and we have people, normal people, ordinary people, living in this building from the 50s till today. They know that this building was something in a kind of camp. Now they know exactly what it was. And what we want to do is pressure the city authorities who own this building, it's not us, it's them, to resettle these people so we could get this building and turn it into part of our memorial. But it's a very long process and it's taking a lot of effort.
And public resistance probably is being met, people affected,
but
memory.
There's one more incident that I wanted to mention because it has nothing to do with the previous ones. And this is something that happened last year. That was June of last year. And this was a man who went to the Israeli embassy in Belgrade, and he wanted to go in, and he came armed, not with a gun, not with a machine gun. He came armed with a crossbow. You know what a crossbow is? Like medieval. And this is an incident of terrorism. And this man came from a small town in southern Serbia called Novi Pazar, where there is a community, a population of local Muslims, not people who came from other countries recently or fairly recently. No, our local Serbian Muslims. And so what happened with this group? This group was under the influence, which we find much more in Bosnia, but also in Serbia, of the Wahhabi strain of Islamism. And they have this small group of potential terrorists who support the Islamic State. And he decided on his own to go and try to get into the embassy and the attack was failed because the Serbian guard that was in front of the embassy, he was shot with the crossbow in his neck, but he managed to turn around and kill this terrorist. So it was a failed attempt, and it was a rare attempt, but this has to do with the whole Islamic idea in many parts of the world. And here you have some local manifestation of it, which if it were not for a terrorist attack, you would think it's not really real or it's not serious.
Mm-hmm.
But actually it's more serious than we would think.
Yeah. Tanya, we've heard examples of manifestations of right-wing anti-Semitism on memorial sites. We've heard examples of Israel-related anti-Semitism on memorial sites, left-wing overarching. We've heard about the political instrumentation of memorial sites. What are your reflections on these matters?
In what way?
Rias's experiences on the matter, numbers from your educational work, input that you bring on these issues.
Okay, when we work with people who work in memorial sites as well as with scholars or other people, we always this is always based on the incidents we have. So we brought up educational material on the incidents, and we made like graphics out of this. So these are not graphic novels, but graphics that relate to the different form of anti-Semitism that from the real incidents, and we have like 3 figures, and they are like the anonymization. And so this is one of the very important material that people get to learn which form of anti-Semitism exists, and also what they can do if they are confronted with this. Because this is another layer in this that is very important to get into action. It was also in the panel before, the question, what can you do? And there, of course, it's always important to take a position. And then we have films with Shoah survivors, and they are about the continuities and the breaks of anti-Semitism. It's not only the history of their, not only, but also of their surviving, but also the history after history. And we have interviews with second and third generation, which is extremely important to deal with the trauma and giving from generation to generation the traumas, and also about their anti-Semitic experiences in Germany. So this is the material we have, and generally what I think is that we have to address, I think it's very important to address anti-Semitism in this local differences, as we talked it here, but also have the worldwide view on growing anti-Semitism and also post-Shoah anti-Semitism, partly tangled with Israel-related anti-Semitism in the last time. Because there's a growing also organization on the left and on the right, and we have to find counter strategies against this. So,
all right, we have heard about different forms of manifestations of anti-Semitism on memorial sites, the way they react, why they started working together, which that answer was the shortest. It just happened naturally. What they get out of it, how ENMA is related to that, how educational best practices are then being shared across borders. And we've heard about national nuances of manifestations of Holocaust distortion in context of memorial sites. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is your opportunity to address this distinguished panel with some questions, if you'd like to, before we'll take a short coffee break. And yes, we all deserve a coffee. I understand that you've had lunch. So please, if you may raise your arm. I see, by the way, representatives from institutions, some of whom I've met earlier today. Yes, Quadarav, please.
Hello. Oh, thank you for the title. Oh, my goodness. Thank you to all the panel. I've been to the Milan Memorial twice, find it very moving. I am, amongst other things, a railway historian of the Holocaust, and the goods wagons there are very interestingly portrayed. But Italy has an interesting wartime history. We are sitting here in the building dedicated to the failed putsch against Hitler, but there was a successful putsch against Mussolini. So Italy changed sides halfway through. So I'm just wondering...
Several times.
43, well, yes, well, politics is always messy. But I'm seriously wondering, in terms of, I've lived in Germany 20 years, how do we get on with our past? Italy has a mixed past here. Part of the time, the deportations were done by Italians for Jews. Part of the time, they were done of Italians by other Italians against the Jews, and so forth. And so my question to you, I have another question for the Serbian. Question to you is, does this ever get reflected in the debates and in the reactions? And the same, in a sense, applies to Serbia. I have been to the memorial, but many years ago. I think it's changed since then.
This very memorial?
Belgrade. I once did rabbinical things in Belgrade. And again, I also was at the opening, for example, of the memorial, the Holocaust Museum in Skopje. And the people in Macedonia are very proud of saying, oh, we didn't deport the Jews, it was the Serbs who came and did it for us. Yeah?
And they built quite a museum.
And they built a big museum, right to the opening and so forth. In other words, the whole Balkan issue, Yugoslavia, is again very messy. The trains were sent from Greece through Macedonia, and so. So my question there also is, to what extent can you separate in the national memorial culture, who's a victim, who's a perpetrator? And that, I think, applies to both Italy and to Yugoslavia.
Interesting. Let me throw in the pictures that we just saw from Milan. Also, Demok actually put them on their website. Please also follow and like them. This is a very contemporary question. I mean, it's literally unfolding on the streets.
Okay, yes. We are... in Italy, I think we are living a paradox. We are now governed by an, let's say, extreme right wing, and in the same time, this government is financing a lot more than the previous government, all the memorial sites, all the experience on the fight against anti-Semitism. But when we, and even if we, I cannot explain it. I'm just speaking about it. We, as Fondazione CEDEC, we are working on a big research on the participation of the Jews to the resistance, anti-fascist and anti-Nazi resistance. And this is also funded by this government. So one of the questions he wanted to pose to us is how instrumental is the presence of the politics in the politics of memory? It is.
I would argue I did bring up that question several times.
It is instrumental. It is confusing. It is confusing because we are disoriented, let's say, asking to a fascist because there are fascists at the government to finance a research to fund a research on the resistance against fascism is something a little bit difficult for us. But in the same time is happening. And is happening in the memorial sites. So there is a connection. What I can say is that we are all the time ready to sign any single attempt to distortion, to political distortion of our site. But not all the time we succeed in do it. For instance, there is a growing wave of politicians who are visiting our memorial, and they are offering interviews after the visits, and they want to meet with Liliana Segre, and they share their happiness to meet with her, and so on. So they are openly using that that place for political advantage. But you can't stop this because it's a public place.
And it puts you under a tremendous amount of pressure. From pressure to pressure, we did have because yes, let's do it this way. The case of Serbia.
Yes, I'll begin with the second question you posed, and thank you for raising it. What happened in Macedonia was the following. Macedonia was occupied by Bulgaria, an ally of Germany. And it was the Bulgarians that rounded up the Macedonian Jews, over 7,000 of them, in 1943. And all of them, there were a few survivors that escaped before the roundup. But most people, Jews in Macedonia, were rounded up by the Bulgarians and sent to Treblinka. And not one survived Treblinka. The few survivors we had in Macedonia were only these younger people who managed to join the partisans or hide somewhere or go wherever and escape. Now, as for Serbia, in the camp at Sajmište, as I mentioned, the three ethnic groups that were victims, it doesn't matter which order I mentioned them in. I could begin with the Roma and then the Jews and the Serbs. The biggest number were the Serbs, very close were the Jews, and a smaller number of Roma. But this is not important. Why I mention this is because however you politicize the memorialization of this place, of these camps, these three groups were victims, and they have empathy between them. They perished in the same camp from the same perpetrators for not always exactly the same reasons, but for reasons, everybody who was in the camp was there for a reason. If it was somebody who was just born Jewish or Serbian or Roma, or somebody who was an anti-fascist and was, you see, the German occupation authorities implemented in Serbia something that was not implemented anywhere in Europe, and that is the following: to kill 100 civilians for every killed German soldier, and to shoot 50 civilians for every wounded German soldier. That's how, in a town south of Belgrade called Kragujevac in 1941 October, they shot over 3,000 civilians, including boys from schools. That's not genocide, no, but that was the policy that was implemented in Serbia. Their goal was not to kill all the Serbs in Serbia, of course not. But this is what happened in 1941. Why? Because in Serbia you had resistance, you had insurgents, and this terror was supposed to pacify Serbia. And it did pacify Serbia, but the victims were many. And when you add the victims in these camps that I mentioned, who were killed in different ways, that's a lot of people that lost their lives in 1941 and 1942, only in these 2 years.
Allow me just quickly, and really it is only an interruption, you will get back the word. It's just that there's a flight to catch, and I want you to finish your point, but also I will not let you leave this panel without thanking you not only for your contribution, but also for your contribution to ENMA, okay? So please, you are... And really excuse me that there is no good timing for this, but so I interrupted you. You were finished. Okay, Tanya, then I will give you an opportunity for closing remarks to then release you for coffee.
Okay, so just very quick, the commemoration of the show against the backdrop of genocidal violence, because you also called about this. The challenge of the never again is that on one side memorials and memorial sites should not left alone. So we see a high level of sensitivity at memorial site management level, but we need also raising awareness of memorial site staff, and it would also be necessary that they are more trained, and also to support affected people. And after the 7th of October, with the increased incidence of Israel-related antisemitism, for us here, we should not forget about right-wing antisemitism and agitators, and the fact that the AfD's rhetoric is becoming increasingly popular, and historical revisionist attacks on memory must not be neglected. And regarding the multi-faced nature of antisemitism and the fact that it comes from all political camps and becomes visible depending on the structures of the opposition, it must be taken into account by politics and civil society. And we would like to see clearer positioning and stance from memorial sites to take action against anti-Semitic incidents and to consider where anti-Semitism is reproduced and where the gaps are in the communication. So
thank you also for these very clear, for these very clear demands. Important that they were read out. We will meet again at 4:30. Little reminder again to please not bring drinks from the other room here. And last but certainly not least, thank you. I mean, the vast amount of knowledge that we only were able to briefly touch upon on this panel, hopefully a foreshadow for what's to come in the last part of today's conference. And thank you for the work you're doing and obviously the input that you gave us. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. We continue with the third part of today's conference on Holocaust distortion in context of the given ENMA project. Obviously, let me highlight again, please take a closer look at the written reports from the project. You will find many of the insights that were alluded to during the previous panels in detail in this little booklet on your places. And as someone who's only skimmed it briefly but had the chance to take a look at it, I can assure you it is worthwhile your time. All of this being said, we will now continue with a brief video message from the CEO of the USC Shoah Foundation, Robert J. Williams, many of whom many of you in the room know him personally, have been knowing him personally for years. He's been around. He's a great supporter, not only of the project, but also of the organizations that are in the room. And we are very thankful for his contribution. If I may, yeah.
Hi, I'm Robert Williams. I'm the CEO and Finchie Viterbi Chair of the USC Shoah Foundation, UNESCO's Chair on Anti-Semitism and Holocaust Research, and the advisor to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Thank you for asking me to join you today. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I'm very heartened that this conversation is taking place. Ultimately, the outcomes of denial and distortion act in ways similar to those of conspiracy thinking. And like conspiracy thinking, it's becoming more and more common. While deep research on the proliferation of Holocaust denial and distortion remains undone, there are strong parallels with conspiracy thinking. Therefore, we face a major challenge. Let me illustrate this by making a comparison between conspiracy thinking and Holocaust denial and distortion. Consider the results of a 2020 study of Eastern and Central European EU countries. This survey showed considerable support for a wide range of conspiracy myths in that region. 56% of Slovak citizens, for example, believed in one conspiracy or another. In Bulgaria, 48%, Romania, 39%, Hungary, 35%, and Poland, 34%. Now, compare the results of this question to those of another question asked to that same group. When asked if world affairs are due to the machinations of, quote, secret groups aiming to establish a totalitarian world order, end quote, in Slovakia the number was 60%, Bulgaria 52%, Romania 51%, and Poland 42%. And this problem is about the same in the United States and in other international sectors. And those organizations, those individuals who often believe that there are secret groups aiming to establish a totalitarian world order, well, they often drift toward anti-Semitism. And one of the more pernicious gateways, if you will, to anti-Semitism is Holocaust denial and Holocaust distortion. And troublingly, a number of countries have recognized this reality. Tracking content that originates from, among others, the Russian Federation, we know that troll operations amplify this content in ways that not only reach the fringes of our societies, but also appear in mainstream social media outlets. And we know that these can lead to violence. Indeed, some of the same forums responsible for spreading not just QAnon propaganda, but types of Holocaust denial and distortion were the same forums used to plan, among other things, the siege of the U.S. Capitol building on January 6th several years ago. Online forms of conspiracy thinking and Holocaust distortion also proliferate because they're not tied to one online platform. In other words, it's not just Facebook, despite all the attention paid to that platform. Because if you take down a group on Facebook, they're just going to pop up on Twitter or X, Parler, TikTok, 8kun, or innumerable other places, including more closed platforms like WhatsApp and Signal. And their use of terminology also constantly changes, making governing of this problem increasingly difficult. And we know that lies and misinformation spread faster online. Indeed, looking at a number of tweets, about 126,000 tweets written between 2006 and 2017, researchers found that true news stories took 6 times longer to be read by people and were shared less than misinformation. And this is before the transition of Twitter to X. And why did this happen? It wasn't just due to algorithms. It was because false information seems novel and unique to us, to the users. It didn't matter if this information was repugnant. It was new, it was tantalizing, and it therefore fed an innate impulse of human beings to share valuable information. Now, to be sure, my European colleagues, a number of your countries have laws on the books that allow for at least the hypothetical application of measures to address denial and distortion of the Holocaust, as well as other forms of anti-Semitism, as a threat to public order in ways consistent with some of your acceptable speech norms. Indeed, 26 of the 47 Council of Europe countries have such laws as they relate to Holocaust denial and distortion. But the truth is, most of these laws are not enforced, and some, such as those in Russia, Ukraine, Poland, and other countries, have been rewritten in ways that effectively make it illegal to question official historical narratives, not the facts of the Holocaust and the other crimes of the Second World War. And across the Atlantic, in my home country, the country that has traditionally been most focused on tracking and addressing the threat of disinformation, particularly as it relates to interethnic violence, the dynamic has changed. Recent decisions undertaken by the U.S. Department of State have dramatically harmed the fight against Holocaust denial and distortion. By removing the work of the office formerly known as the Global Engagement Center, the State Department has undermined a global effort to push back against Holocaust denial and distortion, particularly those forms emanating from the Russian Federation. That it did so on the premise that such work was anti-American is particularly galling, but there you have it. So, the world in which we're discussing these issues is changing. There will likely be new and many more challenges as we move ahead. Facing these will require conversations like the one you're having today. A few words of caution, though. First, well, there's long been a tendency among some European countries to look outside their borders, particularly to the United States, as they seek to place blame on the problems of the present. But the challenge of Holocaust denial and distortion is not just one that results from the Americans valuing free and reasonably unfettered speech. Holocaust denial and distortion are often homegrown challenges found in countries responsible for the Holocaust, those that were occupied by the Axis, and even countries that remained neutral or on the side of the Allies during the Second World War. No one's clean in this scenario. Second, Holocaust distortion is constantly shifting. That is why you need clear guidance, including the guidance issued by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, to discuss and identify different forms of distortion. Third and last, ground-up initiatives only go so far. To bring about real change, we must engage with political leadership. And to do that effectively, we must all frame this work within a larger context of preserving and protecting the liberal democratic standards that emerged after the Holocaust, standards that are very much at risk on a global scale today. This work will not be easy, but dialogue, analysis, and then more dialogue will help move the ball in the right direction down the pitch. I wish you all the best of success with today's conference and in the discussions to come. Thank you.
honor to invite the very last speaker of the day. She is not only a friend of ours and a great supporter of this project, but also a fierce activist on many of the things that we've heard about. And what we haven't mentioned yet, she has taken notes all through this conference in order to, as a rapporteur, so to say, in order to give us an overview of all the great thoughts that were brought forward today. So please welcome with me for the closing remarks, Kim Robin-Schuler, who's not only from IPSA, the Institute for Education and Research on Antisemitism, but she is also a member of the ENMA Advisory Expert Group here in Germany. Kim, the stage is yours. Thank you so much, and we really look forward to your closing remarks.
So, thank you very much, Benny. Thank you very much to ENMA for the honor to try to make a summary a little bit about what we talked. And I'm very honored on the one hand to serve as a member of the Expert Advisory Board, but also since the beginning as an academic advisor of RIAS, first in Berlin and then the Federal Association. So the challenge is now I have to make a kind of summary of a half day, which is 6 hours. So I will touch on 7 points I decided. The first is we learned a lot about the different contexts in the European Union and from the ENMA organization, plus different memorial sites from the political echelon, from the European Commission to the IRA representative, Michaela Küchler. So we had a lot of expertise here during the day. And I will start now with the first point, which is the context and the different expressions of Holocaust denial and distortion. We learned on the one hand that Holocaust denial and distortion remain persistent as an issue in different European countries, but importantly, there are differences among the countries. We learned that the forms of distortion, as we had equating COVID-19 or the policies in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with the Holocaust, this is different in different national contexts. We have aspects as the victim-perpetrator reversal or conspiracy myth about Jewish profiteering from the Holocaust in different national contexts, but we also have a difference on how much interest or Holocaust fatigue exists in different contexts. We learned from Serbia, which was for me especially surprising, that there is some kind of interest in learning more and discover the history of the Holocaust, as this has been a little bit rejected during the past year under the Yugoslavia times, and also that we learned that memorial sites are targeted in different contexts to a different extent. So we noted that, which is not a real surprise, but that social crisis and major political developments act as catalysts, as COVID-19 or the Israel-Hamas war after 7 October, and that cross-ideological development exists specifically, but in different forms in different national contexts. Whereas right-wing extremism remained as a major source, left-wing and Islamist actors also engage in Holocaust distortion, particularly in the context of Israel-related narratives. One important aspect is that, and this is of course in all over the European countries, the impact on Jewish communities of Holocaust denial and distortion, and the traumatic and deeply traumatic effects it has on survivors and their descendants. and also, which has been pointed on, that some of the aspects what happens after 7 October might have similarities from the effect on survivors and descendants and Jewish communities as Holocaust distortion and denial. We learned that we have different important definitions which are important reference to work on distortion and anti-Semitism. We learned about the working definition of Holocaust denial and distortion, the working definition of anti-Semitism, the IRA material on recommendations for policy and decision makers, and the handbook, the European Union handbook for practical use of the IRA anti-Semitism definition. Beside this material, we touched up on different political processes which led to the implementation of Holocaust commemoration events in different national contexts, such as the establishment of the ITF, later on renamed as the IRA, now consisting on 35 states, but also the important processes in the European Union and through the activities of the European Commission, the EU strategy for combating anti-Semitism and the different national strategies which resulted from them. But also we discussed, like in the last panel, about the DSA, the regulation of data access, and also the AI Act. We spoke about the legal frameworks and that many or most countries criminalize Holocaust denial, but that only to some extent the prosecution and recognition of more subtle forms of distortion are being recognized by legal frameworks. But this, and this was pointed out from Austria, that it's there much more the case than in other countries. We have, as a fifth point, we have the training for police and politicians and civil society, which was mentioned, and of course the important work of the ENMA itself and the different member organizations and those who want to join in the future. We learned how important the European exchange among the different national reporting structures is, and we learned how much the support is needed and funding for those structures, not just from the perspective of the European Commission, but also in the different member states. And finally, and I want to finish with this, I want to thank to the ENMA organization, the ENMA network, and all the people being involved in this conference today for having this great conference and the success you had. And I wish you all the best, that you will be able to continue this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Thanks for wrapping it up. I just want to, before we are all leaving, I think just to mention the speakers. Thank you for taking all the travel to come here. I also, special thanks to Benny for your wonderful moderation. Very great. Thank you so much. We will keep that in mind. And also thank you for the technicians. It is really great. We had over the day between 20 and up to 30 participants in the live stream. This was possible through your technical work. Thank you so much. Last but not least, the institution today, the German Resistance Memorial Center, once more. They hosted us here for free, and I think some of you participated in the guided tour in the break. So thank you again for that one too, and wish you all a very pleasant evening and safe time. Bye.